Well, good morning, everyone. I'll call the January 17th, 2022 meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee to order. Welcome you all back from what I hope was a restful break. Belated Happy New Year to everyone. Nice to see everybody, albeit remotely. Hopefully we don't have to do this for a whole long time, but just for those watching online, Council has readopted a policy where only committee and council chairs, that person that's chairing the meeting will be present in chamber, and the rest of council will be joining remotely. So that's why you're seeing everybody on cameras today for the most part, except for me. I will start our meeting first of all with a land acknowledgement and acknowledge at this time that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis, Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. So I'll start the balance of the meeting here with a roll call, first of all, of committee members. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And Mayor Sohi is joining us as well.
Good morning.
Morning to you all. And I see that we are, just looking at the screen, joined by Councillors Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
And if I've missed anyone that I can't see on the screen, please speak up.
Good morning, Councillor. Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rice and Councillor Hamilton. Very good. I will now take a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I heard Councillor Wright. So please, and I'm the most guilty one here, please log into eScribe and vote on adoption of the agenda. And I'm a yes.
Yes, for me. This is Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Tang. And we're just adding Mayor Sohi to eScribe. It'll just come right back up in one moment.
Okay. We're all a little rusty.
I can't see it yet, but I'm yes.
We're just going to move really slow for the next minute or two till we kind of get it together. I know I'll just pontificate. I've been using eScribe for 2 years now, and I'm still rusty at it. So, and maybe just as a reminder, when we do requests to speak and that kind of a thing, we're going to do it through eScribe. So make sure, even if you're not on committee, that you're logged into eScribe and into the January 17th, 2022 meeting, so that you too can make your request to speak if you're so inclined. See, we're also joined by Councillor Salvador. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to go? Very good. Display the vote, please.
I'm just looking for Mayor Sohi's vote. We have all the votes here.
Very good.
Yeah, I can't see it on the screen to vote, but I'm yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and that has been carried unanimously. Approval of the minutes of the November 15th, 2021 meeting. Accept a motion on that.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Don't need seconders at committee, just as a reminder. Not seeing any comments, questions, or corrections. Please vote on acceptance of, or pardon me, approval of the minutes of the November 15th meeting.
And we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items, I am not aware of any, and I have not been forewarned of any. So we'll move now to selection of items for debate. Are the councillors able to click on and request?
Just opening the queue right now.
There we are, okay. Councillor Tang?
6.1, 6.2 and 6.3. I think 6.2 is time sensitive.
Yeah, we'll come to the timing of the agenda in just a moment, once we have everything selected.
Oh, apologies, and 7.1.
And 7.1, all right, well, that's all of the items on the agenda. We will not have a vote on items not selected, as everything has been
Apologies,
selected.
we do have the request to reschedule under item 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Very good. Those have not been selected, so item 5.1 and 5.2. Could I please have a motion to approve those two items?
So move.
Thank you, Mayor
I'm
Sohi.
sorry, Mr. Chair. I was trying to click in. I wanted to ask a question about 5.1. Is that possible?
You'd have to select it first, so we'll exempt that from you, and we'll come back to 5.1 then.
Thank you.
Very good. Not hearing 5.2 being exempted, let's call the vote on approval of 5.2.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And 5.2 is carried. Did you want to summarize that for us, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the recommendation of the following report without debate. Item 5.2, Rosenthal Park Site Outdoor Recreation Facility Status Report with a revised due date of January 31st, 2022.
Thank you. We will move now to requests to speak. And so I will move this simply because I have it in front of me here. So I will move that on item 6.1, the 2021 Public Washroom Update, we will hear from Jody Falan from the Boyle Street Ventures Hire Good organization. Number 2, Jack and Dad Dioff, who's joining us remotely. So is Ms. Falan is joining us remotely. And number 3, Panita Mcbride from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association, who's also joining us remotely. And on item 7.1, sidewalk repairs and accessibility issues, that we hear from Tanya Riviere of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, who will be joining us remotely. So I've moved that. Let's call the vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. We have no requests for time specific on the agenda, but the agenda did include the following time specific elements when we approved it. And so that is that we will move to item 7.1, sidewalk repairs and accessibility issues, first on the agenda. We'll then move to item 6.1, the 2021 Public Washroom Update. And items 6.2 and 6.3 will be handled at time specific at 1:30 this afternoon. And I believe that's to allow for outside parties to join us at that time. So that is the agenda for those joining us and for those speakers waiting to speak. So that takes us then to item 7.1. And I expect...
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
5.1.
Councillor Jans. I forgot about 5.1. Item 5.1 first. Please proceed, Councillor Jans. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking to hear from administration a little bit about the delay here. I see the memo says it needs additional time to engage with consultants and stakeholders, but I was wondering if 5 months is a necessary delay. We've heard about the need for affordable housing and in particular working with Indigenous providers for it seems like quite a while. So I'm interested in the delay, what this means in terms of service delivery, and any other considerations that could be raised to expedite this work.
Sure, Councillor, it's Roger Jevna here. We certainly do need more time to do the engagement with the relevant stakeholders, but I'll perhaps ask Ms. Ford to give some specifics around the schedule and coming back in the timeline we proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Jevna. Thank you, Councillor. This work is extremely specialized. So engaging the right consultants, making sure that we hear from all the right folks who have a stake in this report is really important, and we want to get it right. As for the current ability for Indigenous housing providers to provide housing, they're still working with Home Trust on our permanent supportive housing sites. They're still working on some of the, as we mentioned, or as has been mentioned in the media the last couple of weeks, around the Niganen site. So that work is ongoing. However, we do believe we need extra time to ensure the strategy is right.
Thank you for that. I still remain concerned. I know this is a top priority for mayor and council, and 5 months puts us into late June, and we lose not only a construction season, but there's a number of delays here. So I feel it's not the time today, but I'll certainly raise this with council and administration on how we can expedite this for future beyond the 5 months, or in faster than the 5 months. There we go. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just related to this, I know there's a fairly time-sensitive process going on with the federal government. Service Canada is currently doing consultations around the formation of an Indigenous entity, which I think is an exceptional opportunity for our community, and one that I just wanted to ensure was part of the conversations that are going to be happening over the next 5 months, particularly in terms of supporting organizations, Indigenous-led organizations, that may be working on a letter of intent as part of that process.
Thank you, Councillor. All of the work that is proceeding on the federal front, on the construction front that is already happening with Indigenous housing is ongoing. This delay in our strategy does not impact the ongoing work. So the pandemic, the consultants, and all of the work in the housing file has obviously delayed our work, but it doesn't mean that the ongoing work or the importance of this work is any less. I can assure council and committee that it is still ongoing work on the ground with several Indigenous housing groups.
Oh, absolutely. And there's no question of that from me. It's just really on that specific question around the opportunity of forming the Indigenous entity locally. I think that will play a huge role in informing any Indigenous housing framework that we may take as a city. And again, there just seems to be a bit of a time sensitivity around that. So again, just wanting to confirm that administration is in conversation with those Indigenous-led organizations to support them through the letter of interest process.
Absolutely, Councillor. I can tell you that we are working with them. The federal process is federal, so they will be working on their own timelines, but the city or administration has been working hand in glove with those groups to make sure that they don't miss out any opportunities that happen during that process.
Wonderful. That's great. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. No other speakers on the board, so I'll take a motion to approve 5.1. Okay, well, I'll move that then. Let's call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, now we can move to item 7.1. Mr. Sebrick, thank you.
We'll just queue up the presentation. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. We are here this morning to share with committee the responses to a councillor inquiry about sidewalk maintenance and repair, as well as to introduce a new sidewalk maintenance strategy that prioritizes maintenance work using a GBA plus lens. As a note, administration typically does not provide presentations for inquiry responses. However, in this case, we're happy to provide a brief presentation and walk committee through some of the new work that we'll be undertaking. With me on the call today is Eddie Robar, our interim branch manager of Parks and Road Services, along with Eduardo Sosa, our director of infrastructure maintenance. Sidewalks make up the largest portion of active mode infrastructure in Edmonton and are an integral part of the city's mobility network. As of 2018, there were over 5,500 kilometers of sidewalks within Edmonton's city limits. That's equivalent to a single sidewalk running from Edmonton to the southern border of Mexico. Regardless of a person's age, gender, primary mode of transportation, or socioeconomic status, most citizens use a sidewalk at some point in their day. The Sidewalk Maintenance Program supports Connect Edmonton's strategic goals of healthy city, urban places, and climate resilience by providing active transportation and recreation choices that support a vibrant quality of life, and also a safe and comfortable active transportation network to alleviate our dependency on vehicles, as well as helping to reduce our carbon footprint. The city plan emphasizes the need to build a community of communities that promote the use of transit and active modes. Providing a safe and reliable mobility network is also an essential part of achieving Vision Zero's long-term goals and realizing the safe mobility strategy. I will now ask Eduardo to walk you through the remainder of the presentation in regards to sidewalk maintenance.
Thank you, Gord. If we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, sidewalks are very important for our community. Every trip either start or ends with a citizen using a sidewalk. And this sidewalk maintenance strategy is about 3 specific aspects. If we go to the next slide, please. The first one is truly having a sidewalk maintenance strategy that focuses on where citizens need them the most. So for some of our residents, walking on a sidewalk is not an option. It is a way of transportation. And one of the aspects that I am personally very excited about this strategy is incorporating lenses such as a social vulnerability index to determine where should we go to fix a sidewalk first. And within a social vulnerability index, we'll have components such as low income, minority population, even high school or level of education, the level of linguistically isolation of the sidewalk user, and also the age. If it is, less than 5 years old or more than 64, and then is there any disability population also in the area. So the strategy is basically being built by overlaying different type of data. One is the need, which I just described, but the same happens with the demand. The demand talks about how many users use the sidewalk and the volume of it. And the third aspect is the asset condition, really how bad the sidewalk is and if it is imposing a safety hazard or not. So this work is actually pioneering using GBA Plus lenses as part of a maintenance strategy in Canada. Edmonton will be the first municipality using a sidewalk maintenance strategy using these lenses. This is being developed in other municipalities in the States, such as Boston, and the framework has grown to other aspects of their maintenance strategy, which is really exciting for our community. So basically, this is an equitable approach to maintaining our sidewalks, and we are, with that, we are concluding our presentation. I will pass it on to Gord.
Thanks, Eduardo. At the city, we really care deeply about accessibility and want to pay close attention to the intersectionality of how residents experience our infrastructure and services. We hope the information in the council report offers good context for the work we do to preserve the accessibility and availability of our pedestrian infrastructure, and we really look forward to using the GBA Plus lens in the future to help guide the evolution of this service. We'll be happy to take any questions from committee following hearing from our speaker.
Thank you to you both. We'll now hear from that speaker. So Tanya Riviere of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Good morning. I'm hoping you can hear us and that we can hear you.
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Thank you. Thanks for being here today.
Wonderful.
So you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and after that, each of the councillors will have their 5 minutes, if they so choose, to ask questions of you, starting with committee members and then moving to other councillors that have joined us this morning. You may want to keep a little timer for yourself, but otherwise we'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, and please proceed. Thanks for being here today.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the issue of sidewalk repairs and accessibility. And thank you to Councillor Knack for requesting the report in June of last year, and to everyone who worked on it. My name is Tanya Riviere, and I am the current chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. When talking about accessibility today, In relation to this report, we are referring to the removal of barriers as opposed to increased access to and within high traffic areas, such as business improvement areas, schools, and hospitals. The removals of barriers enables Edmontonians to equitable use and opportunities. Sidewalks are an essential part of community life. How our sidewalks are designed and maintained can impede or prevent vulnerable users from safely using our sidewalks and connecting with the community and resources around them. While people who do not experience barriers can maneuver around an infrastructure concern safely, others such as seniors, individuals with balance concerns, mobility devices, those who are blind or experience low vision, as well as those who push strollers or carts, are exposed to unsafe, even dangerous surfaces that may result in damage and injury. And this is in the summer months. The additional concerns of snow and ice dramatically increase the inability to safely access sidewalks in the winter and spring, particularly if the repairs are not maintained in the summer and fall months. The Accessibility Advisory Committee would like to address the current and future priority response to sidewalk repairs and recommend that the city recognize the importance and validity of calls made to 311 regarding accessibility concerns and give it adequate consideration and priority and expedite the response to maintenance as laid out in the Safe Mobility Strategy and the Standard Operating Procedure for District Inspectors. The report mentions the development of a sidewalk maintenance strategy, which the committee is in support of and willing to contribute to as you engage community and develop the process and priorities to this sidewalk strategy. We would like to thank administration for recognizing the improvements to the current maintenance process do need to be made, and for incorporating a GBA plus lens, and for advancing equitable safety priorities. We ask that the following be considered. When identifying a high priority walk network and developing trip generating modeling, examples in the report included missing links, city plan objectives, and big city moves. We recommend that the city incorporate the equity and accessibility needs of Edmontonians at this initial stage, as opposed to the proposed suggestion of after this step is finalized, and to ensure that accessibility is an integral component of the plan and not a consideration afterwards. The report also states that a parapedestrian consultant was hired through the city's recruitment outreach, People with Disabilities program in 2018-19 to review sidewalk maintenance practices, and special considerations were suggested for locations that posed a higher risk of injury or damage for people with mobility challenges. The Accessibility Advisory Committee would like to note that accessibility is not limited to just mobility challenges, and we would be interested in providing broader context and suggestions for your research and outreach efforts to ensure all Edmontonians can use our sidewalks safely. In regards to improving the notification process and flow of 311 calls, of which the second phase is currently underway, we ask that you consider communication methods that are accessible to those who are unable to access this information online or through the app. We appreciate that the city has an accessibility concerns option when calling 311 and understand this process is still in development. Finally, we'd like to note that a 96% increase in sidewalk repair calls since 2012, coupled with an aging population and almost 1/4 of Edmontonians identifying as having a disability, is concerning. Sidewalks are an integral part of the infrastructure that contribute to our social well-being and health. It's important they are safe and accessible for all Edmontonians. Thank you for this opportunity to express our concerns and share our recommendations. We look forward to contributing to this strategy.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Riviere, for your comments today and for being here. We'll now open the board to speakers, and Councillor Tang selected this item, so we'll give you first opportunity if you're so inclined.
Great, wonderful, and thank you so much, Chair Riviere, for speaking and for administration and the presentation. I have some, I guess, questions about the content in the report, and also have some questions about this strategy. Can you remind me when this is coming back? Oh, sorry, this is for administration.
we're just doing questions of our speakers at the moment. We'll come back
Oh,
to
I see.
questions of administration afterwards.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, all right, so now I will have a question for Chair Riviere. I think one thing I heard a lot at the committee meeting the other night is intersectionality with the other advisory committees. Will this be part of, you know, the work for the AAC to work with the other committees like the anti-racism and the WAVE, the Women's Committee as well?
Yes, this has actually become a priority for us, and we've developed good working relationships with them. So this will be probably an integral part of all of our works going forward.
Excellent, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Tanya. I just wondering, was it the committee's recommendation or suggestion that the main focus be on those high traffic locations of BIAs and schools, or was there any consideration given to residential areas where there might be more like seniors in retirement residences or people pushing their strollers to the park?
Well, the report specifically, well, it sort of outlined accessibility in the report was a little bit interchangeable. So our concern, of course, is obviously those high traffic areas, but like you said, also areas where people with disabilities are more prevalent, but it's, I mean, we're looking at the whole infrastructure really.
Okay. So does it so are you looking for improvements necessarily just in those higher traffic locations? It's all throughout the city.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think I have a couple other questions for administration then. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Tanya. Thank you for being here. It's nice to meet you. I appreciate all the work that the Accessibility Committee is doing, so I want to start with that. A few questions I have for you around sidewalks specifically and accessibility. What is your perspective on universal design, and do you think the city is doing a good job with it? If you do support it?
We definitely support it. Yes. I think I could speak on behalf of the committee saying there's definitely room for improvement.
Can you give some examples?
Well, I mean, in terms of the built environment, the city has definitely made some progress over the years. There are like one particular place I could talk about is the Clairview recreation facility. The design of that outside is actually built so that you have to go around, and it's not just a straight path to access the facility. So there's, you know, those little design elements, which I think were probably an oversight. And I don't know if there has been consultation with Accessibility Advisory Committee before the build. And this is actually a concern for us, is if we can have some input into the design, it would save a lot of effort and expense afterwards in fixing it to build it accessible.
That's great. And then within the report, there's a GBA plus analysis. Did you have a chance to review the GBA plus analysis? Because I'd be curious your perspective on that analysis, and if you have anything else you would want us to be looking at from administration and council to be looking at from a GBA plus lens.
I don't really feel like I can comment on that at this time, but it's something that the committee could definitely explore more.
Okay. Yeah, because I definitely heard in that presentation from administration the emphasis on a GBA plus analysis. And I'm concerned about, you know, if we're not analyzing all facets of that, are we really hitting the mark? So thank you so much for your time. And that's the end of my questions.
Actually, if I can just add one more
Sure,
point to that,
absolutely.
and just to reiterate, when including that, it's key that accessibility issues and concerns are not an afterthought, and they are in the initial, a part of the initial development of a plan.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have of you, Ms. Riviere. So thank you very much again for being here today and for your presentation. We'll now move to questions of administration. I'll go to Councillor Knack first. He was the mover of the motion in the first place. So Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. So I have a few questions. First, it shows in the report that on average, about more than 50% of our sidewalk notifications through 311 are not inspected within 5 days, and about 30% are inspected after a month. I was just wondering how that compares to any roadway complaints we get through 311. Is that a comparable response time for inspections?
Yeah, and
Go ahead,
sorry.
Eduardo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Gord. Yeah, basically, it is comparable. The lack of inspection of some of those issues is because of the seasonality of the concerns, Councillor Knack. So if somebody reports a pothole, for example, just before a snowstorm, we do need to wait for the conditions to be right for we to repair the pothole. So yes, the reasons why there is a delay on the inspection, an apparent delay, is because of environmental conditions, which will be applicable to roads as well.
And I guess that does lead into another question around, you know, so I recognize that if maybe a sidewalk's covered in snow, that might make it more challenging to inspect. But I think particularly when you know, whereas a pothole that might be filled with snow is actually maybe in a somewhat safer condition, a roadway that still has a crack after a freeze and thaw is still a safety issue, if not even more so in the winter. And so I'm wondering if through some of this ongoing work, we're going to reevaluate how we inspect sidewalk conditions, even during the winter and throughout the winter.
Yeah, that's an excellent observation. The safety concerns are actually prioritized so that they are inspected within those 5 days. So those that you see taking longer than 5 days is because they don't represent an imminent danger to pedestrians or to para-pedestrians. But absolutely, what the strategy work will do is actually help the prioritization to be to take the lenses not only of the condition or the safety component, but also the location. For example, is it close to a senior center or to a school?
And I guess part of the challenge, and so right now when I use the 311 app and I have that opportunity to highlight whether it's an accessibility issue, that doesn't actually prioritize it on your end currently. That's just for our data collection. Will we start to identify that in a way that can maybe help inform some of the work you're doing?
Absolutely, and that's an excellent question, Councillor Knack. Basically, what they did in the city of Boston, they actually predisposed priority to some of the corridors that residents were using. So they knew when a notification came to one of those corridors, then it needed to be addressed in a faster way because of the nature of the area from a social vulnerability perspective. So absolutely, that's actually included in the strategy as part of what's going to be done moving forward.
Will the strategy give us generally some high level timeline targets? And you know, the reason I part of the reason I made this inquiry is from some reports I made back in April, but there were actually some that I still have on my 311 app in front of 2 separate seniors residences from 355 days ago, which are still open because they have deferred work planned, is what the current phrasing is. And so we'll be 10 days from now, will be a full year. in front of 2 seniors residences. And so I'm wondering if through this work we can develop some more firm expectations on what would be acceptable, particularly around these really high priority locations.
Yeah, and for sure. And the process right now is that a district inspector will actually get a notification and go out and look at the safety aspect of it, right? And they will actually consider in a broader way the location of the hazard to actually expedite the repair. But with this work, what we are doing is adding more lenses that potentially a district inspector cannot have, looking at the volume of the pedestrians, looking also at what are the actually sensitivity of the population near that repair and when it's needed. Another very important body of work that's happening is actually we are updating our 311 communication with our residents. So right now, you actually need to call back or actually look into the details of the notification to know where the notification is at. We are adding a status details this year so that the resident cannot only see open or close, but they can actually see the definition of the work in a way that they can understand. That deferred maintenance that you mentioned has specific operational reasons that could be better communicated to the resident, and that's exactly the work that's taking place this year.
Appreciate that. I'm out of time. I'll come on for a second round, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I guess, yeah, so can you just remind me when the new strategy is coming back?
Yeah, excellent question, Councillor Tan. So we have 3 phases for the strategy. Phase 1, which is the data collection piece, is going to be done in Q2 this year. This is where we are overlaying all the different pieces of information, and when we are setting up the different committees that are going to be also contributing to this strategy, we are taking a really one-seat approach to make sure that the folks from the Accessibility Advisory Committee and other organizations across the city have an opportunity to provide input early on the report. The actual strategy is going to be done next year in Q1 2023. So that's when you can expect an update back to council, but we will for sure be the work is undergoing and the work is truly integrating many aspects of the corporation.
That's good to know. And I imagine when you're setting up these committees, it is not just the accessibility, but some of the other advisory and engaging Edmontonians. Do you have any plans for example, user experience? Because I think this is a really good example of understanding how specific users navigate and the specific challenges that different segments of the city experience.
Yeah, actually, that's a great question. Many aspects of the work that's been done in other municipalities has been actually identifying if we are getting the best bang for our buck citywide when it comes to doing sidewalk repairs, for example. So we have a specific budget where we are targeting specific locations, but do we know how are our residents actually benefiting from a satisfaction perspective? So that's absolutely one of the aspects that's going to be covered in the strategy. As well, it is part of the phase 2 where we are assessing the impact and looking at the network accessibility and looking at what is the impact of the dollars that we're putting into repairing from a customer satisfaction perspective.
And Councillor, if I can just add, we'll also be conducting journey mapping because what we really want to do is make sure what we're doing is aligning with what citizens are seeing and experiencing and what's meeting their needs. So certainly we'll be informed by a number of the different groups that we previously mentioned, but there will be journey mapping so that those actual individuals that are experiencing the sidewalks are telling us their points of perspective as well.
Yeah, and I think, as much as I think it is excellent to have conversations and doing desktop GBA plus analysis, I think it's also important to get out on the ground in the community and experience it along with community members. I imagine that, as you kind of you map the journey of someone navigating sidewalk, it will also intersect into, say, private or commercial spaces where those sidewalks do connect. Is that going to be part of this work too? Is how the public and the private spheres connect?
Councillor, I think the journey mapping will touch on many different aspects, the connection to some of the commercial areas, but also to some of the other facilities that we have in the city and other institutions, as well as some of the, the specific active modes locations. But so it's going to be very broad, but I think it's important that we try and capture as much data as we can in terms of what makes up a good maintenance program and addresses those needs.
Yeah, I think that will be certainly important. I guess this reminds me of the motion. I think it was Councillor Jans who kind of put forward in the last budget deliberation around expediting the work around the missing link, including sidewalks. How does that fit into all this?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We are also incorporating the work that our folks in urban planning and development are doing around the missing link. And actually, we had already had great meetings where we have engaged with them to incorporate the work they are doing into the strategy. Basically, the word corridor is used when it comes to accessibility components. And in a corridor, it doesn't matter how well your corridor is or how perfect the condition. If you're missing a link, the usage of the corridor is not actually it's not impacting the user in a positive way. So absolutely, it is a very important part of it, and the work incorporating that data has actually started. And I just wanted to add, Councillor Tan, around getting boots on the ground to understand the input of the community as well. We are also linking the work that the Safe Mobility Strategy team is doing around street labs into this work, and we are using the input that they are getting to inform also the next steps in this strategy.
Interesting. Thank you. I'm out of time. Come back for a second.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I guess I've just got some questions on the prioritization guide that you've provided in attachment 2, where the lowest priority is the residential sidewalks. So in reference to Councillor Knack's example of the seniors residence that's been almost a year now that hasn't had the repairs done, is that where that would fall under, is just the residential sidewalk always being given low priority?
No, that's a good question, Councillor Wright. It is a metrics type of system. So if the repair or if the defect has a high probability of causing injury, then the priority will go up for that specific one. So, but actually, with the strategy, residential areas are going to have in different places of the city a higher priority, not only based on the social vulnerability index that I mentioned, but also based in usage. There are residential sidewalks that, because of their proximity to a school and some other important hubs, they need to be prioritized, even compared to others that are not, actually walked by many pedestrian and could be in higher priority roads. So basically, attachment 2 is going to change, and we will have a brand new set of priorities, including the different lenses that we have mentioned.
Okay, because the only things that are really defined here, I guess, are the school, the nursing home, the BIAs, low-income housing. So I was just wondering where a retirement community or seniors residents fit into that prioritization guide. But you said that's going to be updated.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, currently that's one of the gaps, actually, that not only that we have in our program, but any other municipality in North America that hasn't gone through this process. And we're going to be incorporating not only those lenses, lenses around linguistically isolation, for example, where, people need to go to certain hubs to actually get support that other residents don't need. So those are the lenses that are going to be included, and I'm sure when you see the first draft of the strategy, you're going to see specifically how that's going to be addressed.
And that will also include group homes as well in in residential areas?
So the way it's being addressed, it's actually looking at it in terms of a hub for folks. So it doesn't need to be specifically a defined school or a church. So wherever people gather, that's going to be captured, and more because we are using pedestrian counts to inform. So we're using real data to see what sidewalks are being used the most.
And Councillor, just to add, these elements within prioritization will all be informed by the engagement that we will do with those specific stakeholder groups, and also will be informed through the journey mapping. So again, this is the current state. The future state will be much more informed based on the inputs that we get through the engagement.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also wondering about the different notifications not repaired within the different timeframes. It seems to have gone up quite a bit in 2020, up to 24%, taking more than 120 days. Is that sort of minor repairs that have been postponed? Is it due to COVID and reduced employees to take care of it?
Yeah, yeah, Councillor Wright, absolutely. So the ones that have actually a longer response time that haven't been addressed, those are for sure less of a safety priority than the other ones that have been addressed. Also, there are some locations specifically where the type of repair actually needs panels to be replaced, and there are some complications around the construction aspect of it, where the actual delivery of the solution will take more time than other repairs where only a trip hazard removal is needed, etc. But yes, safety wise, we address the most safety sensitive first, and the ones that we have pending, we absolutely do our best so that those are not the ones where people are going to trip and fall and get hurt.
Okay, I'm not sure of what my time is. Oops, it's 13 seconds, 10. Any thought given to maybe 2 streams of taking care of things, or so we have crews for high priorities and maybe and other crews separated for lower priorities so that they don't get to be more severe over time by being left longer?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Councillor Wright. Actually, we've looked at improving many ways on how we deliver our work, from diversifying our workforce, not only doing work internally, but also doing work with contractors. Also, we are using different methods, like instead of replacing a panel, we use things like concrete leveling, or what's called mud jacking, where it takes way less time and you actually can take care of a longer stretch of sidewalks, among others. We actually have a pilot going on this year where we're going to be implementing rubberized sidewalks where in specific areas, and they actually have a very high rating of preventing injuries, specifically around senior homes. So we are absolutely looking at innovation when it comes to how can we do our best with the resources that we have to take care of our assets.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'll go for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and I want to thank you, Councillor Knack, for initiating this conversation by having this inquiry. I'm glad the direction you're going into for this strategy, Mr. Sosa. How deeply will you involve in the consultation the advisory committee and other important stakeholders to make sure that their voices are included and that you're in regular touch with them?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Your Highness. It will be their strategy. So this is a strategy for the residents of Edmonton, right? So we, as administration, we will basically lead the work and connect the experts with different groups, but they are the subject matter experts when it comes to, where are the hubs, what should be considered, even though we have a framework, it is a framework from the United States, so we need to, make it ours in Canada and lead the work around being the first municipality doing doing this work here. So we are committed to actually having them lead the work when it comes to engagement and providing the input.
Yeah. So you look at lived experience as a form of expertise based on people's realities, like.
Absolutely, yeah, and actually, before this type of a strategy was done in North America, we in the city of Edmonton, just to show you how ingrained that is in our culture, we actually hired a summer student who was a parapedestrian. So he actually went on a wheelchair around the city and he tested our maintenance practices. And because of that work, we were actually to incorporate many changes on the type of repairs that we do today. So, back then in 2017, we were actually using a higher threshold to consider something a trip hazard, and he actually was able to bring us a lot of insight into, how does it feel to actually not being able to go over, that type of trip hazard. So absolutely, this is about continuing that work in a more formalized framework and actually providing the opportunity for that to be documented and the needed resources to be added to it.
Yeah. A friend of mine who uses wheelchair, Zachary Weeks, challenged me to spend a day in a wheelchair once, and I did that for 2 years, once a day, every year. I can tell you the things that people take for granted, little cracks in the sidewalk, or just crossing the road, are real challenges for people who use mobility aids. So we take this work very seriously. I'm glad you are taking it seriously as well, right? And so in the meantime, what can be done to expedite some of those repairs where they've been identified by people with mobility aids, like 120 days to wait for a crack to be repaired for someone who might be using a stroller, or who might be a senior, who might be someone using a wheelchair. Seems like quite a long time to wait.
Yeah, and what we are doing, Mayor Sohi, in the meantime, is actually looking at a location by location approach. So this is why, in lieu of a system that we can rely on, we actually have inspectors that go out and look at every single location. So also the work that we are doing with the 311 app to actually identify what are the locations that we could be addressing first is going to take care of that before the strategy is in place, partly. One of the reasons why we actually separate the strategy in 3 phases is to start harvesting the results of it before it is finalized. So even though it is finalized in 2023, we are going to have a set of data being overlaid with the different lenses that we want by this summer. And that was done intentionally so that this summer we can actually start providing that to the inspectors so that they can actually use it while the full strategy is finalized.
No, thanks, and please keep up the good work. There's a lot to be done yet on this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Chair. So my first question kind of feeds off of Councillor Tang's question about the timing of the strategy. And I just wanted to know how that will be considered within the next 4-year budget cycle then, if we're making budgeting for this next 4 years now, but we're not getting that strategy till 2023. That's kind of concerning to me, because I do think this is something, when I see the budget hasn't been increased since 2012, and the volume of calls is going up, and quite frankly, the state of our sidewalks is obvious in almost every neighborhood you go into that hasn't had renewal. I just wanted to get some perspective, and I don't know if that's you, Eduardo, or somebody else at administration, but I am concerned about the timing of this and budget considerations.
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor Rutherford. Actually, as part of the PBB, we are going through the exercise of, actually, we have gone as a corporation through the exercise of ranking many of the services. And I can assure you that this strategy is on quadrant number 1 of our priority-based budgeting. So it is actually going to be one of the initiatives that you will see in the 2023 to 2026 budget for sure.
Councillor, just to add to that, though, I think to Mr. Sosa's earlier comments, we will be actioning many of these different learnings this summer. So we'll have a good indication of what resources are required. And although the strategy won't be finalized till 2023, we'll certainly have a good indication of what is required to deliver a specific level of service. And we can have that conversation in fall as part of the budget process. So it won't be a situation of where we wait to 2023 to have this strategy completely signed off. We will have a pretty good indication of what is required, and it would be a good starting point for the next budget cycle, and then that would allow us as a city to adjust as we learn more over that next budget cycle, but the basis would be completed before the actual budget.
Great, thank you. My next question is around some of that sidewalk repair, and is are we being more reactive than proactive in our, so basically relying on complaints, a complaint-based system to repair the sidewalks? Because like I saw in the GBA Plus analysis that there's some neighborhoods, I think, where you're getting a higher volume of call based on whatever capacity, and other neighborhoods where you might know the sidewalks are in disrepair, but you're not getting that same level of complaint. So is it really reactive, or how are we working with, I'm thinking about IIS infrastructure services with their life cycle work? Like how do those integrate? I'm trying to get the picture of that.
Yeah, excellent question. So lifecycle management, they survey a quarter of the city every year in terms of sidewalks. And as part of that capital inspection work, they actually give us a list of places where we have imminent safety hazards. And we incorporate that into our planning cycle for the maintenance work that's going to happen basically on the same year. So we work really closely with them in terms of making sure that the inspection sites done for the capital work also covers the imminent maintenance that's required. Absolutely.
But if we're doing a quadrant every year, in theory, then like that system doesn't trigger anything for one neighborhood, only trigger something for a neighborhood every 4 years. That system.
Basically, yeah. And I will ask Bradley Lehman, the Director of Lifecycle Management. He's in the call. So if Bradley wants to add more to my response.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa. Councillor Rutherford, it's Bradley Lehman here from Lifecycle Management IIS. I'd say that the capital program in general is one of our best, I'd say, positions for being proactive for sidewalk repair. As you probably know, with the neighborhoods and local roads and things like that, we are certainly digging ourselves out of a hole we've been in for quite some time. But the ultimate success of proper capital investment is minimized maintenance costs, the type of stuff that Mr. Sosa and his crews are doing. So that's the long-term play for sure, and continued investment in capital renewal. It's true, as Eduardo says, like in terms of our crews for local and collector roads, residentials, we are on them once every 4 years because we do a quadrant. For the arterial sidewalks, we're on them every 2 years. It's a little bit more. But again, I think it's a contribution to Eduardo's maintenance program, as our 311 calls, as our Eduardo's crews who are out there every day with eyes on the ground, seeing the difficulties as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thank you to Councillor Knack for initiating all of this. I just have 2 questions. So the first is around neighborhood renewal. So I understand that, if neighborhood renewal is planned within 2 years, replacement isn't done. But does that mean that repairs are not done either? I guess what's the degree there? I'm thinking of Otwell, for example, where renewal is on the horizon, but the state of some of the pedestrian infrastructure is pretty dire. If you could just explain that a little bit, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, the type of repair that we do when a neighborhood is being reconstructed in the near future is different, just to minimize the resources that we are putting into assets that might be demolished, way before their life cycle. So basically, what we do in neighborhoods, if they are being reconstructed within the 2 years time frame, is that we will remove rip hazards. We will even do some mud jacking, but not actual panel replacement, because those take way more time and resources, and we don't want those brand new built sidewalks to be removed 2 years just after they were built.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity, and that makes complete sense. The other question I had, I guess, was just around sort of the cost associated with delayed maintenance and repair. It sounds like we're meeting our target part of the time, but for the remainder of those, has there been any analysis of what that's actually costing us to have those assets decline even further? And I appreciate that in the strategy there is going to be a conversation around resource requirements, but if you could talk about, I guess, the effects of delayed maintenance on the budgetary side, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, and I'll ask Mr. Lehman to please jump in as needed. So basically, yes, there is a cost and an actual impact also on customer satisfaction when the repairs are not done on time. So usually, if there is any backlog or carryover from a previous year into the next, those actual assets are reinspected and reprioritized the following year, so that we don't let that deferred maintenance to actually occur for such a long time that then it becomes a higher priority and it keeps taking resources. Mr. Lehman, if you want to talk about how we balance the condition of the assets in the longer term.
Thank you, Mr. Sosa. Yeah, in terms of research I've seen in terms of delayed maintenance for sidewalks, you don't see as much of that. Certainly for roads, there is certainly a well-known, I'd say, correlation between delayed maintenance and further disrepair. It's much more quickly, in terms of you let say a pothole go. It gets bigger, and there's further structural issues under the road. Sidewalks, it's much slower. So from a pure technical perspective, they decay and degrade much slower than asphalt does. So yeah, we're always trying to find a balance between the two. It's not maybe as generally as apparent with sidewalks as it is with asphalt.
Okay, well, I really appreciate those answers. And yeah, I mean, Mr. Sosi, you mentioned that it really does come down to that sort of community experience, resident experience. And I think that's where my mind goes as well. Yeah, I think I will just yield the rest of my time. Appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I have received a number of very, very positive emails from community members about this report when I circulated it to them. I sent it out to a few of the leagues and complainants, and they were very excited. One person raised with me that there's actually growing legal scholarship about council's duty in this area around mobility, not just with snow removal, etc. I believe there was a Supreme Court case or another case recently that talked about liability for injury and things like that. So not only, I think, is it the right thing to do, aligning with the city plan and our values, but it's also going to quickly become something that's legally mandated for us to do. So, so I was told by constituents. So either way, we're moving in this direction. I wanted to raise for feedback 3 potential motions arising from this motion. I'll read them out and then let administration potentially provide feedback. So I'll still say they're tentative at this time. I'm not moving them.
So let's, Councillor Jans, just a second. Let's try to stick to some process here. So if you want to make a motion, you can put the motion on the floor, but it's binary. It's either it's making a motion or it's not tentative. There's no such thing as a tentative motion. So if you want to make your motions, that's great. Make them. If they're as stated in the email that came yesterday, they're going to need to be refined and reworded. And so I wonder about doing that on the fly as opposed to maybe taking that offline and coming back later in the meeting and presenting a different set of motions, or at least a recrafted motion.
I see. So I had received further email from the clerk this morning. So the chair may not have seen that, but either way, I guess, how about this? I'll phrase my questions more generically, but if I'm hearing from this presentation this morning, in the priority-based budgeting, there should be this is acknowledged by administration that this will be priority area going forward. There's also an acknowledgement by administration that we want to look at new materials, not just from an equity accessibility perspective, but also from a climate change perspective, that we want to look at that. And finally, that the current system has been more reactive. We want to move to something more proactive. Am I encapsulating sort of the general direction accurately?
Councillor, I think you've kind of summed up the current state pretty accurately. I think in terms of where we're going with whether that be climate or citizens' needs, definitely this is something that will help us in the long run on many fronts.
Okay, yeah. I think the main concern I still am hearing from constituents, kind of building on Councillor Knack's earlier comments about the senior centers, is there's some areas we know that are just definite hotspots. And I would be interested in seeing that as every year, just a standard inspection, that we know if it's an accessible housing center, if it's a senior center, that they should automatically be inspected annually. Is that something that's contemplated in the report currently?
So, Councillor, I think the report will talk about how things get prioritized and how work is distributed, and in terms of levels of service, that can all be things that can be debated later, because that becomes a situation of just adding resources as opposed to necessarily rebuilding a whole strategy. So I think that's probably something we will consider. When we come back with our strategy, we'll certainly have options for timelines, and that will include things like inspection frequency, as well as time to repair and conditions around that. So certainly it will be included in the body of work that we're undertaking.
So finally then, will we as council anticipate a funded service package for consideration during the budget deliberations going forward, or will an additional motion be necessary for this?
Councillor, there may be an additional motion required, but I think at this point in time it would be premature. I would suggest we will come back with an update once we are in Q2 this year, and we can provide an update of where we're at and what some proposed levels of service look like at that point in time. And from there, we could see a motion that may provide us additional direction in terms of what we might need to bring to the budget. But I would think at this point in time, we should carry out the work first in terms of the analytics and then the engagement, and then we would have a better assessment of what we can provide with our existing resources and what might be required in addition to provide a better level of service.
Perfect. I'll connect with the chair over the break and then contemplate action from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Happy New Year to everyone. I think after 4 weeks, we come back again, and I'm very happy to see our colleagues and administration faces here. So I have lots of questions, and however, I really appreciate my colleague councillors already and brought some questions and get some good answers. So thank you, Councillor Knack, and to bring this forward and for us to have this deep discussion. I do have 3 other questions. The first one is about accessibility concerns. What I heard and at the door, and then yes, accessibility concerns specifically in the major traffic and the busy area, but I heard that one is already addressed in our priority strategy, and then so we'll address. So thank you for that. And another one is about residential area safety concern. This is the huge concern I heard and from many residential area, and specifically people get injured and hurt and due to the broken sidewalks. And so by looking at the report provided here and from the timeline attached and also the strategy, is there any way we can emphasize the strategy and the reality, what needs from the community. So I would like to ask this question to administration to look at, because I can give you one example. For example, like one area, there are many people injured in specific older neighborhood, and city went to their marked the dangerous and in that sidewalk. However, in 2021 is already 3 years past. Then I checked when that spot will be fixed. It's 2026. That means in total, like 8 years will take city to fix that one spot in the neighborhoods, and many people injured in that same spot. I think, is there any way we could do to improve the approach, the timeline to fix something like that very quickly? And this is actually related to some older neighborhood. We have lots of senior friends living in the neighborhood. The safety concern and is a huge issue. So that is my second question. I think administration side already provided some answer on this. I would like to see the improved approach, how we can address this type of safety concerns as soon as we could. So that's the second. The third one is about the repaired approach. So repaired approach, what I heard in some neighborhoods is yes, and then when city received a 311 phone call, they went to their repaired, and however the results of repair actually makes situation worse. Is there any way and in place right now we can do some investigate and to make sure our repair is not just only response to the call and actually is real resolve the issue? So this is the 3 questions I have, and then if you have answer right away, I appreciate. If not, I just want to increase that awareness and for our administration when we develop these specific strategies and to consider this type of things and into our approach.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Actually, you touch on 2 very important topics that's actually solved in a very specific way in the strategy. So our maintenance work focuses on a specific location repairs. So we go where a problem is, we solve 1 panel or 2, but actually the approach that this framework recommends is actually looking at a corridor type of approach. So instead of solving a specific spot, look at the corridor that needs to be repaired to provide that connectivity and improved service levels. In older neighborhoods, because of how different assets deteriorate at different times, sometimes we need to wait for a full reconstruction to actually improve the condition of the assets. In the meantime, what we have done is actually to do a specific spot repairs, right? With this strategy, we are looking at delivering that differently. Instead of going and fixing, a panel in a corridor that's in poor condition, one of the approaches that has been taken is actually concentrating resources to fix the entire corridor in some way. And that's actually the reimagination that we're going to be going through when it comes to how are we delivering the work. Because absolutely, spot repairs sometimes just move the problem to the next person, and then we need to come back and repair that. So we absolutely need to take more a corridor approach when it comes to solving the issue in the longer term.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thanks to my colleagues for the great conversation. And from Mr. Sosa, just really great information. I appreciate you sharing with us this morning. My question is just a really quick one. So actually just a first one in terms of, you mentioned doing data collection in terms of pedestrian use. Can you talk me through that process in terms of the methodologies used and what sort of geographic area that covers?
Yeah, excellent questions. So we are gathering that information actually from other areas in the organization. We'll actually collect that data from a development perspective. So we can follow up, Councillor Stevenson, and basically define, where are the specific pedestrian counts being located, and how updated the information is. We can absolutely follow up with that, but that's the layer around usage that's been incorporated into the overall strategy.
Okay, yeah, my main interest is whether we might also be able to access some of the movement data that's collected from other organizations. So last spring, there was a news article about a University of Calgary professor who had used the Apple Mobility data to determine that Edmonton actually had the highest bump in walking during the pandemic across, I think, 89 different cities. So just recognizing that most of us are walking around with a phone in our pocket, and that phone usually has some location data on it, knowing that we wouldn't necessarily want to pay for that proprietary data, but just wondering if there might be a collaboration with the University of Alberta where they may be able to get access to that data through agreements with those businesses, and then maybe make some analysis available to the city to inform the work. Just recognizing, again, we have such a huge length of sidewalks, getting an accurate count on all of them would be really challenging.
Absolutely. Actually, we were engaged with the university last week in terms of partnerships around some of our transportation projects. So we will absolutely explore that idea, Councillor Stevenson. It's a good one. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Councillor, just to add, we do work very closely on our safe mobility strategy with the University of Alberta and the traffic safety research chair that they have in place. So we work closely on a number of different fronts, and certainly some of that data gathering and analysis is work that we've done with them before. So it's another opportunity for us to gain more insights into this work.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and thanks for the great work. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just a couple of really quick clarifying questions, Mr. Sebrick. We repair sidewalks through neighborhood renewal, first of all. We renew sidewalks or fix sidewalks when we do roadway infrastructure projects, either maintenance or growth projects. Is that true?
Correct.
Yeah. And then we have a separate line item in our budget that is specific to sidewalk repair.
Correct.
So do we need a separate funding envelope or a separate line item motion, or is it really a matter of how much money we assign to the existing line item?
I think in terms of, there's the line items in terms of the rehabilitation, which you spoke to, which are in the capital, and this is more in the maintenance category. So I think that's where we would want to finalize what we think we might need to provide that other level of maintenance on the sidewalks, not necessarily the rehabilitation component.
Oh, I see. Okay. So where we're ripping out a sidewalk and replacing a panel or two or three, we have a line item for that.
Correct.
But where we might be filling cracks or shaving off displacements, we don't necessarily have a line item for that.
We do, but it's probably not reflective of what we're trying to achieve.
We need.
Yes.
So again, it might be simply a matter of how much money is in that envelope as opposed to creating a new envelope.
Correct.
Fair to say? Okay. I mean, maybe I'm too deep in the details, but if we're looking at potential motions to be made today, that might be, the question might be more around the amount than the need for another funding request.
Correct. And in terms of an amount, it would really, I think, be probably premature at this point to specify an amount until we understand really what level of service we want to provide.
Right, and determining what level of service we want to provide is the data collection process that we're talking about.
Correct.
But if we're going to try and collect data from a number of different sources, from the university, from other organizations that have data fields, does that delay the work of data gathering, or does it take a longer time to gather all of that, or do we?
I think we'll be able to do it within the time frames that we're talking about, so that if there is a need for any inclusion in the next capital or operating budgets, we would have that in time.
So be ready for the conversation come the fall.
Correct. That's why we would want to come back and have an update conversation in terms of this project probably in June.
And that would inform what those line item budget numbers should be.
Correct.
And then another component of what we're talking about today is prioritization. So should there be a hierarchy of sidewalk evaluation, do this every year. We do bridges every year or every couple years. We do roads by quadrant, so there's a different level of service of evaluation that is applied, we can have a conversation about what the right level of evaluation is,
Yes.
right? We can talk about whether we should prioritize, for instance, in front of seniors' homes versus in front of cul-de-sacs.
Yes, that's a good example.
Right, so that's all coming as part of this strategy, the evolution of the strategy or the recrafting of the strategy that would tell us when we inspect, how we prioritize inspections and evaluations, what comes out of those inspections and evaluations, and how we pay for what comes out of that review.
Yes.
Is that all fair to say? That's
I
kind of
think
where we're headed.
that's a really good summary. Yes.
And you would bring a report in about 3 months in Q2 of 2022 that gives a status update of where we're at.
Yes, I would say it'd probably be sometime in May, I think would
Yeah.
be when we would come back.
The latter half of Q2, or the back end of Q2 of 2022.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. On the second round then, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for those questions. So just a few remaining follow-up based on that. I remember when we made the decision to increase the arterial roadway rehab budget in 2014, you had presented a report that outlined the level of investment. So at the time, we were spending about 25 million a year, and you gave us a couple of scenarios, 50 million, 55, 60, and 65, or something around that line, that talked about what that would do to the overall conditions and the overall improvement. Is that the type of information we would expect as part of this to help inform our budget conversation?
I'm going to start and then I'll ask Mr. Lehman to jump in. So
Sure.
I think the report you're referring to, if I recall, we're basically looking at, depending on how fast we wanted to move to a specific condition level, we gave different scenarios in terms of investment. I think what we would be similar, except what we're talking about here is, from a maintenance type of activity, how fast do we want to complete maintenance pieces of work? But that would also we would want to connect in that with the overall asset life cycle management so that we know we're making good decisions in terms of, if something is going to be rehabbed in a period of time, what's the appropriate investment on an interim basis that still meets the safety objectives, the needs of the residents, but, is cognizant of the fact that we will be reconstructing that piece of infrastructure at some point in time.
And Mr. Lehman may want to jump in on this follow-up piece, which is that the one question I have been wondering, and this might be part of this next body of work, is, and I think it's been hinted a little bit, but should sidewalk renewal actually be independent? So let's take local roads as an example. So instead of reconstructing once every 60 years, should those sidewalks be on a different maintenance schedule or a renewal schedule, actually? And is that part of the analysis? Would we expect that type of analysis to understand if that particular capital investment needs additional funding or timeline work? And
thank you, Councillor Knack. Yes, I think to address the arterial road, your first question there with the arterial roads, yes, for as part of capital deliberations, we absolutely do plan to come to council and talk about your various options in terms of funding and what those options mean in terms of overall condition in the future. So absolutely, I do expect to see something certainly as part of the capital stream of conversations administration will have, and perhaps even as a part of this one as well, depending on where that goes. So then I would say in terms of a separate program, it's certainly something that we'd have to look at that. There are considerations. There's certainly pros and cons. If not done correctly, there is certainly, and I think Mr. Sosa had alluded to this earlier, that there's a potential for throwaway costs.
Correct. And if the maintenance is at a higher level, maybe we don't need to worry about that. That was, I think, part of it. I just wanted to make sure.
Whether the repair is done through maintenance or through a separate capital program, there certainly is absolutely the potential for that. So certainly, no matter what, coordination, and then careful considerations and conversations on the trade-offs involved in terms of the increased level of service that the repair brings versus the throwaway and what that means for the overall efficiency of the program, which is, again, this is our long-term strategy for proactive addressing, to have it so these cracks don't show up in the first place.
Absolutely. Last question, and this ties a little bit into Councillor Rutherford's questions of our guest speaker earlier, and this might be just on the border of the report. And so if I need to talk about it at a later time, maybe we can do that offline. But when I do think about the original build and the design considerations of this and that aspect of universal design, I think about some jurisdictions. Amsterdam's a really good example of when they're building sidewalks, instead of sort of forcing the sidewalk user, particularly when it's coming off a main road, to go down into the road and then come back up, and you have those curb cuts, which during freeze and thaw cycles create issues like that. They just build, a straight sidewalk, and the car is the piece that, as they're coming off the main road, they have to go over a heightened sidewalk. So is that something we would consider as part of this work, or is that something maybe we should talk about offline and explore a separate discussion point?
Councillor, I think it's definitely connected to this. It's probably work that would be in parallel to this. I think that it talks a bit more about how we prioritize pedestrians over cars, or vice versa. I think that that's probably the conversation we need to think about, is how we make, in general, our design more connected to the pedestrian element, as that's the direction we're trying to go. So how do we do that? So maintenance ties in, but I think this would be another conversation that we would want to have.
Okay, thank you. I'll think about that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellent questions from my colleagues. I guess I just want to learn a bit more about the data you have presented in this report. Do you have those numbers broken down, like including the budget for repair and maintenance, the cost? Do you currently have that broken down by ward?
Absolutely, yeah, we can provide that information, yes.
And is all that available on our Open City dashboard?
Maintenance and repair cost specifically could be tricky to pull from a data perspective. I think the best way, Councillor Tan, will be for us to provide you the information so we can actually make sure that it is tailored to your needs. But we can absolutely provide this information for sure.
Yeah, and I think, I guess the reason why I asked that is also just in the commitment for a more transparent information sharing with the public. And I think, certain groups might be interested to, who are interested in this journey, I want availability of that. And I know there's I think this equity component in terms of, where are we getting the highest cost will be very much part of the strategy. And those are some of the learnings you have from the Boston team. And I guess, I don't necessarily have other questions. The reason why I asked about the timeline and the motions to expedite some of this work is that I share some of my colleagues' concern around the timeline, the budget implications. And I also recognize, given this conversation, there's going to be a lot of expectations on the strategy when it comes back, and the engagement work. If you have any other final thoughts around all of that, happy to hear it.
So, Councillor, a couple of things to your earlier point about what's available for data. I think, as Mr. Sosa alluded to, it's probably not easily or clearly able to portray right now, but I think going forward, when we do develop the program, part of what we want to be able to do is tell the story of what the city is doing, where the money is being spent, and what those results are that we're seeing, so that people understand, what the city's priorities are and how we're achieving them. So I think that's things we can take away and include when we do roll out the overall program in 2023. I think, in terms of the connectedness to the other programs, certainly they will all connect in. And in terms of going quickly, I think we share share that desire, but we want to also make a strategy that's well informed and meets the needs of all of those different groups that we've talked about today, because we've done our work in the past and it's been passionate and dedicated work, but not necessarily always aligned with what citizens and residents need. And I think this is what we want to try and do this time, is that the plan that goes forward is aligned with what with some of those groups that maybe need a little bit of extra support, and I think that's really key. We'll certainly take every opportunity to accelerate, as Mr. Sosa said, the learnings that we get within the first half of the year. We'll make sure that our field teams are using them within whatever capacity they have this year.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I just have a question in regards to the installation of the curb ramps. Although I do like Councillor Knack's thought in regards to the raised crosswalks. But I'm just wondering, is it considered a repair if we are to replace one of the sidewalk panels to install the curb ramps?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about the curb ramp. Maybe Pascal Ladouceur could maybe jump in. But basically, our curb ramp program is separate from our maintenance program. So the curb ramp actually identify locations where basically we need them for connectivity regardless of the condition of the sidewalk. So it's more retrofitting and installing them for the sake of increasing connectivity, not really to repair those assets. So I'll say it is a separate program. We do work together with the program development and delivery to coordinate areas where we are repairing and to inspect those areas. Absolutely, but it is actually an internet infrastructure services project that's somehow de-linked from our day-to-day maintenance.
All right, thank you. So it's part of the, I guess, the safe mobility strategy. Okay. And then, so I just have one other question then, and maybe it's not related so for those curb ramps and things like that, is that part of infrastructure requirements in new developments?
Councillor, there are guidelines for where those curb ramps are included on existing facilities as well as new developments. So there are specific design guidelines around sidewalks as well as pedestrian access. So those are all included within the scope. I'm not sure if Ms. McCabe would like to add any more to that.
I'm sorry, Gord, I didn't catch what I was going to add to that. My apologies, Councillor.
That's okay. I was just wondering about if there's any specific guidelines included in new developments for curb ramps.
Absolutely, yes, there are. We make sure to get the curb ramps and all of the accessibility features in new developments when they're first constructed, so that we don't have to go back and fix.
Awesome, thank you.
Fix the situation.
Great, thanks. That's all I have.
Hi, councillors. It's Craig Waldblum here as well. I'd just like to add, like when we go in and do neighborhood reconstruction, we're also looking for those similar things. Like when we're replacing the sidewalks, we're also doing as part of those capital programs. So we are looking at that dimension as well. And just wanted to highlight quickly that, you know, thinking about maintenance is operating budget focused, thinking about capital and the renewal program. So we really want to be clear on which lens we're looking at here. Is it enhancement of maintenance, which goes into the operating budget, or is it a change to the capital programs when you think about where you'd like to go as a council? So just wanted to highlight that lens for you. I think we touched on it briefly, but this feels like the flavor of the conversation is more around that enhanced maintenance. But of course, we work together in terms of how we align and relatively prioritize our renewal programs on the capital side as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Thanks, everyone. So that's exhausted our list of questions and our list of speakers. I I understand that Councillor Jans has a motion to make in response to this report. We can defer that to later in the meeting, or if Councillor Jans is prepared, we can make that motion now. Councillor Jans, are you still with us?
Sure. I move that, and this, Mr. Chair, it's going to connect with you at the break, though. What would you prefer?
Well,
we can have a recess?
We can bring the next item forward at this point and have that conversation and return to this item because we do have to close it, but we can return to it later in the meeting. So we can do that if you like.
Certainly, given the fact the department sent help, well, the city clerk, pardon me, sent revised wording. I want to give you a chance to review that as well too. So why don't we proceed with the meeting and then come back to the item?
Sounds great. Okay, then I will take a motion that we bring forward item 6.1, which is the public washroom update, and we'll get started on that with the presentation and hear from speakers and see how far we get. Thank you. Thank you. Let's vote on bringing that item forward.
Just missing, oh, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So thank you, Mr. Sebrick. We'll return to this later in the afternoon. Just as a reminder, we have the Heritage Council items first thing at 1:30. So we'll move to item 6.1 and start with administration's presentation. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We'll just pull the presentation up. Good morning again, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. We are here this morning to provide an update on the activities of the 2021 Citywide Public Washrooms project. With me this morning is Eddie Robar, again our branch manager, interim branch manager of Parks and Road Services, as well as on the call we have Phil Harrod, our Director of Infrastructure Operations, and Nicole Fraser, our General Supervisor of Operations Planning and Monitoring. And we also have Jackie Ford, our Branch Manager of Social Development, and Ms. Jody Phelan, General Manager of Boyle Street Ventures, is registered to speak and answer any questions in relation as well. So this morning we are here to provide updates on administration's efforts and activities that were implemented in 2021 specifically to improve accessibility to clean and safer public washrooms. Next slide, please. The importance of safe, accessible, and clean public washrooms cannot be overstated. Public washrooms support well-being by being available for everyone, and they play a key role in ensuring healthy and equitable urban spaces where all people have the means to access and maintain a good standard of living and feel free or feel safe, empowered, and supported. Accessible public washrooms also play a critical role in enhancing public space vibrancy, encouraging outdoor activities, and providing an essential service to all users of public spaces. To be successful in managing public washrooms, it requires a concerted effort from many city groups as well as businesses and stakeholder groups. COVID-19 has shown us some additional challenges, but by working together with our internal and external partners, we have been able to adjust our operations and inform our direction going forward. Today, we will share with you the activities, initiatives, and interventions that were completed in 2021, as well as outline some of the planned steps for 2022 and beyond for implementing the citywide public washroom strategy. I'll now pass the presentation over to Phil to continue with the details.
Thank you, Gord. In 2021, administration's effort on public washrooms have focused primarily on continuing the response to the pandemic, with the goal of keeping washrooms open, accessible, and safe for all users. We continued and expanded the Washroom Attendant pilot program, which started in December of 2019. This program began providing attendants at the Old Strathcona public washrooms to clean and monitor. The initiative has ensured safety and cleanliness and prevent undesirable behaviors, and to ensure users follow the COVID-19 public health measures. In 2021, the washroom attendant service model was extended to other washrooms in Edmonton, and these include Churchill Square, Lewis McKinney Park, Riverfront Park, Borden Park, and Queen Elizabeth Park. As part of the efforts to ensure Edmontonians' vulnerable population and people experiencing hostelessness, we have access to washroom facilities. Administration also provided mobile washrooms in high traffic areas in the downtown and on Alberta Avenue. The pilot started on May 1st, 2021 and ended on October 31st, 2021. Mobile washrooms were equipped with hand washing stations and staffed with attendants to ensure cleanliness and safety of users. This pilot also included the provision of menstrual products at each washroom location. The Attendant pilot has been successful in ensuring washrooms are cleaner, safer, and accessible to patrons. It has also created jobs for people who may have barriers accessing the formal labor market, working with our partners in Boyle Street Ventures and Higher Rate. Moreover, having attendants at the washrooms provide the opportunity to collect non-identifying information on visitations to the washroom, as the attendants are also equipped with mobile devices that have an application to count the number of users. In 2021, there were 90,128 visits to all washrooms that were staffed with attendants. Other park washrooms that are not staffed with attendants continue to receive enhanced custodial and sanitation services in order to ensure that they're safe and well maintained for public use and do not contribute to the spread of COVID-19. Next slide, please. This past August, we're excited to learn that the Borden Park Pavilion was awarded Best Washroom in Canada in a contest organized by Cintas Canada. The pavilion was chosen out of 5 finalists in the contest, and nominees for the nationwide contest were judged on their cleanliness, visual appeal, innovation, functionality, and unique design elements. Cintas contest showcases businesses that have invested in developing and maintaining exceptional washroom programs that are accessible to the public. Next slide, please. Council has approved the operating budget funding request of $3.6 million as part of the one-time adjustment for the COVID-19 related impacts to support the existing initiatives in 2022. Our plans for 2022 are to continue the attendant service model as standalone washrooms such as White Avenue, Borden Park, and Churchill Square, the provision of enhanced sanitation and custodial services at the park washrooms that are not staffed with attendants based on the success of 2020 and 2021. In addition, Council has approved a one-time operating increase of $2.26 million to support the enhanced public washroom services pilot. Administration will use these funds to expand the attendant program to additional existing city washrooms to assist the day-to-day management of the locations and make connections with Edmontonians using these facilities. Administration will provide a temporary mobile washroom during the summer from May 1st till October 31st, 2022, and explore the use of temporary mobile washroom facilities instead of porta potties. Next slide, please. As we look to implementing the enhanced mobile washrooms, we are evaluating the options of these facilities and what will best serve the location and the need. We've identified various options for mobile washrooms. As you can see in this slide, the range of facilities and their accompanying cost is quite broad. Potential enhancements including transition from porta potty mobile sites to washroom trailers. In 2021, the mobile washroom pilot, we utilized porta potties with an external hand washing station. Exploring permanent washroom locations would require establishing metrics and community engagement to determine the locations that would best meet community needs. Work is planned to create a 10-year public washroom strategy, which will explore these options. In 2022, administration will continue to engage with business improvement areas and business districts on the placement of these temporary washroom facilities. Next slide, please. Thank you. Along with our planned services for 2022, administration is also working with a number of park development projects that will include the integration of permanent washroom facilities, as well as the renovation of existing permanent washrooms. These projects include the Warehouse Park downtown. Currently in the concept phase, this washroom facility has been identified to support the park programming, the project will include the development of a new permanent washroom as part of the park design. Funding for this facility will be confirmed at checkpoint 3 of the project development and delivery PDDM model, which is scheduled to be opened by the end of 2025. The Horlock Park Rehabilitation, as part of the Horlock Park Rehabilitation project, the washrooms in the park will be renovated with specific attention being paid to improved inclusivity and accessibility. The washroom facility in Emily Murphy Park will be renovated and modernized in 2022, along with minor repair and renewal work at the Kinsman Park washrooms. Furthermore, the capital budget increase of $2 million approved by council will allow administration to accelerate, where possible, the design and delivery of additional permanent washroom facilities. Next slide, please. In 2021, administration created a new internal project charter that consolidates all the current and future work on public washroom strategy. A washroom strategy program manager is currently being recruited in 2022. The task teams will be supported by the program manager to work on the following: finalize a governance model and a standard operating procedure for permanent and temporary washrooms in parks and open spaces and above bank parks, river valley parks, standalone permanent washrooms such as the White Avenue and Churchill Square washrooms. The creation of a 10-year implementation plan that will guide the execution of the public washroom strategy and enable administration to react proactively to washroom challenges. Determine the long-term funding strategy, including leveraging partnerships, and identify future placement of more permanent washrooms. Establish criteria and a method of prioritization for the placement of permanent and temporary washrooms. The creation of a heat map that demonstrates where current public washrooms are located and which areas are lacking. Examining the design and construction standards and identifying opportunities for inclusion of standard public washrooms. Explore updating the land use bylaw and policies to require the provision of developing public washrooms as part of new developments. Explore partnership opportunities with business and the community to find suitable solutions to public washroom challenges, and development of a comprehensive evaluation framework to assist the impact of the overall public washroom strategy and implementation plan. Ongoing costs associated with the washroom strategy implementation will be determined, and including location selection, design of permanent and procurement of prefabricated facilities, program and ongoing of operational resource needs and public engagements. The costs will be presented to council in 2022 ahead of the 23 to 26 cycle. And I'll hand it back over to Gord for closing.
Thanks, Phil. Could we just go to the final slide, please? So we acknowledge that this is ongoing work, and while we're in the midst of it all, as this is a fluid project, we would like to provide council with an update in April. It is our hope to come back to you at that time with a location assessment of any additional facilities that will be installed in 2022, as well as a plan on how we are going to action, design, and planning of the more permanent long-term work, including development of the planning framework. As we move into 2022, we're looking forward to expanding this program to reach more Edmontonians, ensuring healthy and equitable urban places where all people have a means to access and maintain a good standard of living and to feel safe, empowered, and supported. This now concludes our presentation. We thank you for your time this morning. We'd be happy to take any questions following hearing from the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sebrick and Mr. Harrott. Appreciate the presentation. We'll now move to speakers, and first up is Jody Falan. Is Jody with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Same rules apply. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, after which we'll be doing this in panels today because we're at committee. So we'll hear from all of our speakers, 5 minutes each, and then any and all councillors can take their turns to ask questions of any of our speakers. So I think you've been here before, Ms. Falan, so you're familiar with the rules. So please proceed. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're still so proud to be a part of this, the public washroom strategy here in Edmonton. The employment it has offered to our community. We have a lot of people that were experiencing homelessness, and they've now been offered meaningful full-time employment. It's been a pleasure to see the White Ave washrooms go from a place that nobody would want to enter to a place that is accessible to all citizens on the Ave. It was a really rocky start for us there. Now my staff don't really want to work there because it's boring now, which is really good. So we've seen major improvements, and it's servicing everyone, the citizens of Edmonton as well as the vulnerable population around there. And that's what we hope to see in the future, is having more sites like Churchill and Borden Park, is that it's welcoming to every person. So we don't want to have certain sites where it's just for the vulnerable population and other people are scared to enter. So that's the main goal for all of it. And we've really put a lot of more time into training our staff and providing them with supports as well, because there are certain sites that are frequented by the vulnerable population, and we have bigger issues here other than the public washrooms, is the opioid crisis. So we have people going in and using in them, and so the main goal of this year is to really focus on that part and being really strategic in the locations of the bathrooms so that they are visible, and that in that part it really provides a lot more of a safe zone for everybody to be there, like having that visibility, that they're not hidden in a certain spot, because then right there it's providing a different kind of purpose. So our main goal is that, and especially our staff, they do encounter a lot of different things, and we want to make sure they maintain their mental health and that kind of thing as well when they're servicing people at the washrooms. The washrooms were also used, we were surprised, I think, to learn last year, and especially when COVID hit, it was a lot of bus drivers and skip the dishes drivers and all that, because there's no access. You notice if you're driving in the city and you're like, wow, I need to stop and use a washroom. That's not happening anymore. You can't go in and use them. So myself driving from downtown home from work, it's like, oh, you can stop it, but I know where they all are. So I was pretty lucky in that way. So I think it's important to know that it's serving everyone, but it's, like I say, again, I'll go back to that important piece that it has to be safe for everyone. And so the location this year, I think, is going to be key in making sure that everyone feels safe accessing them. And then having our attendants there, it's good because they can actually talk with the vulnerable population as well, and send them to have different supports and build relationships, not just with us and the vulnerable population, but other citizens of Edmonton who come and feel comfortable and want to help too. So it's been kind of a beautiful process. I remember when we first started this project, I was like, no way, this is crazy. And then we started doing it. It's become my most favorite project I've ever worked on. We've become very passionate, and it's been wonderful working with the city of Edmonton, and we just have so much support from everybody. It's been a wonderful experience. So I hope to see it expand, and we'll be there to provide workers. And we have so many team members, and if you ever get a chance to check out some of our stuff and hear the stories of how them working at the public washrooms has changed their life, how they've overcome addiction, lots of different things all the way around. This project has so many pieces, and it's been a wonderful experience. I can't say enough. It's, like I say, it's one of my passions, and that's all that I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation today. Next up is Jack Indadioff. Not sure if Jack is with us. And perhaps not. So we'll move next then to Panita Mcbride.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks for being here. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, and thank you to the committee for having this conversation with us today, and to administration for all of this work. The first thing I want to do is just talk about some of the huge wins and just some of the things that I think administration handled really, really well through this project. So one, responding as quickly as they did last year, realizing that this was very much an emergency situation. it was commendable, because I know it's really hard for the city to move that quickly sometimes. So having the public, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I think you all know me. My name is Panita Mcbride, and I'm with the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. So within downtown, we had several of these locations. Not only do we have the permanent facility that we've been talking about at Churchill Square, but several of these temporary locations did go into downtown. And so the next thing I want to praise administration on was really treating us as a partner in this project. So that's one thing I definitely want to make sure continues. You know, with parks, it's very much, you know, a city facility within a city asset. But when we're talking about putting these washrooms within BIAs, it really is the businesses in the community that are the key stakeholders. And so through us, you know, we also collected feedback from the Community League, and we're able to sort of make sure that all the stakeholders surrounding each location were aware of the purpose of the facility, knew what the plan was, and sort of that we were a key point of contact. And we're also happy to provide some funding support this year or last year for the attendants, because it was such a sort of emergency situation. So again, happy to be partners on this and hope to see that continue. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as I get into some of the other items. The third thing, and I'm so glad Jody went before me so that you'll get a bit of an understanding of where Boyle Street Ventures and Higher Good fit into this, because I think a huge win of this project is that it is a social enterprise when it comes to the attendance. It's providing employment opportunities to people who otherwise wouldn't have a traditional pathway to employment. And it's a great relationship building opportunity for one of our key social agencies downtown as well. So those are some of the big wins, I think. Obviously, hoping that we're not in this temporary emergency situation for much longer. I hope this is the last year we're talking about temporary washrooms and sort of emergency response, but some big wins in the meantime. One of the really difficult things I wanted to talk to you about today on this report is the issue of safety and security. And Jody kind of touched on some of this, but I was a bit disappointed to note that these things weren't really mentioned in administration's report. You know, when we talk about who these attendants are, as Jody mentioned, they're often on the path out of addiction themselves. They're often, you know, very recently have been made vulnerable. And sometimes these washrooms, especially late into the night, did pose, in my opinion, and from what I saw and heard, somewhat dangerous and alarming situations for some of these attendants. And so I want to make sure that CPTED principles are being applied. I think we moved so quickly last year, and we as the BIA certainly take some responsibility and accountability for this, because we were key in deciding what these locations were. And I think the locations, having been sort of tucked away, were one of the key risk factors for some of the more dangerous situations. And we have to be really honest about the really hard stuff here. And again, Jody touched on some of this. We know that there's and like use of injection drugs happening in the washrooms. And with the trailers, it's a very opaque and private environment. And so I hope that we can have these really hard conversations and have protocols in place. At what point is an attendant permitted to enter a washroom? What is the protocol for those kinds of things? So some of those issues I think really need to be thought about. And obviously for the longer term, we're very adamant, as you all know, that we get more permanent facilities downtown. And I think it's really important that those be designed with key CPTED principles. They're highly visible, they're well lit. And some of those things I think need a lot more attention. And the last thing really quickly is just around data. We as the BIA are more than happy to be a partner on this, but I don't think that the data we have from the temporary solution last year is really sufficient to tell us who the key users and audiences are for these facilities, what the gaps still are, what level of urination and defecation issues in public we still have. I don't think we have good data around some of those things. So we're happy to be a partner, but I do hope that the city works that into the plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like your time was up, Panita. Thanks very much for your presentation. Thanks for being here today. We'll now go to questions of our speakers, and I'll go to the list. I'll start with Councillor Tang. You selected this item, so please go ahead.
Well, thank you both so much for the presentations. Jody, I want to start with you. I'm wondering if you can share some of those stories that that's top of mind for you about the impact on your staff. And I'm also curious, do you have any stories that come to mind in terms of how staff intervened or interacted, and that led to a redirecting of folks to specific services that they need? And I'm also wondering, the third kind of story I'm wondering is how have the staff been interacting with the members of the public who, when do they have conversations like, oh, what are you doing here? Tell me more about Boyle Street Venture. Tell me more about Boyle Street. Is there an opportunity for public awareness about the social agency?
Thank you. Yes, so we do definitely deal with overdoses in the washrooms, and we kind of have our rules in place as to when to check on people if they're in there for a certain amount of time and that kind of thing. So all of our staff are naloxone trained, and I think that's, of course, there's been a lot regarding the opioid crisis and whatnot lately, and so they do have that training, and then after it's offering them support for what they've seen and kind of what's going on. But we do see these incidences happening in more like the locations that were a little more hidden away. So White Avenue was quite a hot spot for quite a while, and that has resolved. So it's been super positive. Like, it's really, I don't think we've had an overdose there in probably a year now. When initially it was huge that was happening, and Churchill's the same. It hasn't. It's just really, it's starting to go down in those spots for our staff. So people know they're not allowed to go in and use in those spaces, but they're going to anyway because they don't want people to see them doing it. So they're going to a kind of hidden spot, and a bathroom stall is a good spot to do that. So, and then after that is supporting our staff in what they've kind of gone through and that kind of thing, which is really important. We have to do that and make sure their mental health is okay and stuff like that, and if they need a break and stuff. So, and then we are able to educate people when they do come down and talk about Boyle Street Ventures and jobs. We've hired a lot of people who have come down to the washrooms like, I want to do this. I want to work here. I want to make a difference. And that's big. And they're seeing some of their peers who were on the streets earlier going like, hey, if she can do that, then I can do that too. And so, and it's really important. Our staff show a lot of pride in what they're doing. And I know our board and park staff, our White House staff, all of them, they own those spaces and they take really good care, and they build relationships with the vulnerable population as well as every other citizen. Someone out walking their dog, they're coming and being like, hey guys, how you doing? The dog stops by. It's just been really positive in that way, just connecting with the community and that kind of thing. So they're really good. And sorry, I wasn't sure, what was your third question there?
My third piece is just like, is there any opportunity for even just general public awareness about, the programs and the services offered through your agency? But I gather from, what you just said that there certainly is. I hope these interactions are also documented, because from my perspective, that will meet some of that data gap that Panita was just talking about. And I think that might be a question for administration later. So thank you so much, Jody. And Panita, I wanted to, kind of understand too, and I want to flag that, we've received a letter from your counterpart in Old Strathcona in support of this. And I'm just wondering, how has been this feedback from other BIAs? Because there are BIAs that face some similar situations, but that doesn't necessarily have the same kind of infrastructure in place.
Yeah, I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues. I think it's fair to say that we don't all agree about whether we want more public facilities or not. I think some of our BIA colleagues are fine with the current level of infrastructure. There's some perception that, having facilities available might sort of invite more vulnerable populations into the area. So those are some of the conversations we've had. I don't want to make that assumption, but I do know that us and Alberta Avenue were the BIAs that had the temporary washrooms last year. And then obviously, as you mentioned, Old Strathcona has the one permanent facility that's just had the ultimate success story with the addition of the attendants. So I certainly look at the old Strathcona White Ave washroom as the model for what we would like to see for our next permanent facility downtown. Because I think
I can totally understand that it can be quite divisive, but I was curious if others see the success and wanting to maybe that there's a desire to expand. And I guess from both of your perspectives, how have that relationship been between the staff who operate and relationship with local businesses, and not just BIAs, but local businesses and local neighborhoods, let's say community leagues and that kind of stuff?
From our perspective, it's been really positive. When the washrooms first went in, I did a little bit of just face-to-face checking in with businesses around the locations, and they were so happy to have them there. It made it so that they didn't have to say no so often, because folks had always been kind of trying to go in and use their washroom during COVID, and they had to say no so often. So this gave them somewhere to send people. And I think there were a lot of conversations. We obviously work really closely with the Downtown Edmonton Community League. They did express, I think I'm speaking a little bit on their behalf in this safety and security conversation, because they did express some concern with the number of times that naloxone was being administered by the attendants, and expressed quite a bit of compassion and concern for the young staff and having to take on that burden.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. I did see Mayor Sohi pop up and then disappear on the list. Mayor Sohi, did you have questions?
Sorry, I had questions for the admin. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, and thanks to both of you for your presentations today. Ms. McBride, some great reflections and a line of questioning that I'll be following up with administration as well. Ms. Phelan, I was wondering if you could just speak sort of to what Ms. McBride was saying, just sort of any key lessons learned or wish list items from your staff in terms of what the city should be considering in the procurement of some temporary facilities and also the permanent facilities, some of those design considerations that we need to make sure that we get right with these new facilities to increase their safety.
I feel the permanent, we don't get too much feedback on the permanent facilities, that everyone's quite content with that. I just find with the temporary facilities that we're going to have to be quite strategic on the location, like I said this time. And if we can do that, then it's just, I kind of look at, we were at Michael Fair Park and then we went to Route 107. So I'm not sure if it was actually like the actual potty or something like that, because there we didn't have any incidences, and at the Michael Fair Park we did. So I started thinking, well, it's not necessarily what we're using, it's actually where they are. It's going to be, the location's going to be the big one, and just making sure, again, they're welcoming to everybody, and that, I think that's just the most important piece here. I've gone over a lot of the details in the report, and I thought location is going to be our key this year for sure.
Okay, that's incredibly helpful. And just to get into some of the really specific details too, do your attendants have a preference of being sort of in a single room with stalls that sort of have visibility in terms of being able to see feet under the stalls? Is that a significant benefit in terms of their ability to oversee those spaces? Or, as you say, you had sort of procedures in place in terms of how long someone is in an enclosed space. Any preferences there?
I think so. The porta potties are a little bit challenging because, you don't kind of have that visibility, or say someone did have an overdose or say a heart attack, not necessarily an overdose. And you can see that they fall onto the floor if you need to kind of have a peek. But with the porta potty, it is quite closed off, and they'll bang on the door, and if there's no response, then they're going to open the door and take the person out. So.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much again to you both for your work. It's really phenomenal work that you've been doing to bring this amenity to our community. So thank you and your staff very, very much for that. And those are all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of comments or questions. I know that, you had mentioned, Jody, about to kind of make it safer. The washrooms have had more of a presence. They're a little bit more out in the open. But I guess what my concern is is that effective actually in making it safer? I'm not sure, just because I know that, you know, in the LRT and in the walkway, when I walked underneath there, I saw openly illegal drug activity happening right in front of me. So I'm not sure if that's like data wise, and I know Panita, you had mentioned that, and I agree, you know, data wise, do we have any data on that? Does it make it any safer?
I can only speak for the locations that we did serve, so I'm not sure, but I feel like location, like it was key definitely for where we were at. I can speak for a lot of different spots, and I just feel like if there were certain spots, if they were in a different area, we're not going to have the activity that we had there. We still do, our attendants there are still encouraging people, but with the one spot we had became, one or two spots actually that we had became an attractive spot for the vulnerable population to hang out and to use drugs. So I think yes. So I can speak for the locations we had, that they needed to be more visible and out there. And I feel like we wouldn't have had the activity there as much. Yeah, just the two spots were they just didn't work.
I can add just briefly to that, Councillor Principe. I've learned a lot about crime prevention through environmental design just since starting in this role. And so from my understanding from our colleagues at EPS and NET, it does make a big difference when you have like multiple location factors. So the LRT is a perfect example. It's closed off, it's poorly lit, there's low foot traffic. It feels private, whereas like an open space where you have natural surveillance. So office towers can see down, there's lots of foot traffic, there's businesses facing right onto you. Like those factors sort of all compound and definitely have been proven to reduce crime and antisocial behavior.
Yeah, and like I was saying, and just because of my experience of actually seeing it openly, you know, with many people walking by, it still didn't seem to be a deterrent. So that's why I was just wondering if there was any data on that. So thanks for sharing that. And about, you know, the safety of the attendants there, that's, you know, a little bit concerning too. Is there a high turnover rate of attendants? Are there a lot of people that maybe burn out or are maybe scared and maybe go into a different line or try a different type of work? And what kind of authority do attendants have?
So we don't have a high turnover rate. Like I say, a lot of our employees come from, they do have lived experience and that kind of thing, and they really own what they're doing. They do have, of course, they know they can always call the police if needed and that kind of thing, and they can bar people from the washrooms, that kind of thing. So we haven't run into a lot in this last little while, like the safety issue as much as say we initially did with White Avenue, where we were like, you know, this is pretty dangerous. We're kind of putting these guys at risk, and we weren't sure. But then we started pulling that together and flipping that over, and you know, our staff are getting the training, the de-escalation and things like that. And the other thing I did want to mention too is we're starting to put our staff through security training, even though they won't represent themselves as a security guard. They're getting that training, so they have that. But a lot of them, we've had them for 1 or 2 years. We have quite a few people that have been at White Ave since the start of the project. Churchill Square and then Borden Park, our initial attendants are still there as well. Safety, of course, is always a thing, but our staff are very street smart too. They have that in them, you know what I mean? And they do have that respect there of the community that is around the washrooms as well. So, but safety, I think, in any situation in the city and stuff like that is, you know, you're always have to be aware and stuff like that. So it's not a huge concern, I don't think, in a lot of our locations for sure.
Okay, and I just wanted to mention about, you know, it is nice that the attendants can, you know, help with letting folks know where there is help agencies, but we need to address the issues because not everyone wants to access the programs and services that are available. So I think we need to get down to the bottom of why they don't want to access it and maybe try to help in that way as well.
For sure.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. My question is for Panita. When I was reading the report on this, the public washrooms, there was mention of, working with businesses to open their washrooms to non-patrons and having that coordinator position to support that. I wanted to get your perception on how that would be received by the businesses in your business area.
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Councillor Rutherford. That was one of the things I wanted to get to, but couldn't in my 5 minutes. So there's a bit of a history to that. So there was a project out of the Recover initiative called the Socially Active Business Network. And so the Nook Cafe, which is within downtown, Lindsay Moon and Marnie Suter were big advocates and sort of leaders on that. And from my understanding, they still have a strong appetite. And we've been in conversations about what is the Socially Active Business Network and who should take this on and how do we make this a thing. And opening washrooms as public washroom facilities is one of the key sort of initiatives under that. So I think there's a strong appetite, but the key gap is arming businesses with the training and information they need to do this right, and the additional resources. Like they do need some funding support for the additional cleaning and often even staffing needs that result from it, just from the Nooks experience. So yeah, it's sort of this weird thing that's sort of, I think, something we want to talk to the local economy team about. Whether we can sort of make this socially active business network a reality. But also, yeah, it does sort of sit in community and public services. So,
yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there, but I also see some of the caution flags around, from a business perspective. So I think there's a tension there. That will be interesting to see how that's navigated over 2022 with this project kind of scaling up. For sure. And you mentioned in a response to a previous councillor's question about, I know you don't want to speak for other BIAs, however, like there's mixed feelings sort of on the public washroom. Without going into any details or speaking on behalf, what are some of those tensions that you're hearing in the business community? If you could elaborate on that a little bit for me so I could get that perspective, that would be great.
I think there was probably some, this is definitely just my opinion. I think there was some interest in watching how this played out downtown and on Alberta Avenue before other BIAs expressed their own interest in having these temporary facilities. So I'd be curious actually to check in now and find out if others are keen to see facilities get added, because it is a need everywhere, obviously. Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying any more than that.
Yeah, well, and this is the thing. I think that, right now, it's like many things. I think downtown is a different conversation than the rest of Edmonton. And I think that's as true with current crime stats and safety concerns. I think it's true with our public washrooms strategy. And I really think I'm concerned about the conversation going to this vulnerable population as opposed to just being universal design. Having accessible public washrooms is just good universal design. And I think we're losing that in the mix. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I think downtown is different, but I do think we could start to stigmatize public washrooms and actually be counter to that universal design principle if that dialogue is always circled around vulnerability.
100% agreed.
Yeah. Thank you. And are there any permanent washrooms that Boyle Street, and this question's for Boyle Street, like I'm thinking about there's other parks like Kinsman Park that has permanent public washrooms that are kind of close to White Ave, but not down White Ave, where I'm guessing there is no attendance. Is that correct? Or is there any kind of response or support for those other permanent washrooms that are not identified in this report?
We did attend there the first year. I think COVID hit. We were there for a while. I think they did have another shelter there though as well. So, and I did want to quickly comment, we did work with the Nook too on a pilot project, and that worked out quite well. And it brings it up to Panita that again we have to talk to businesses about starting to do this. We're there to do attendance and clean up after, so it's kind of a draw for the businesses to have us there and to open their washrooms to the general public.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time, but really, really interesting conversation. And I'll end with thank you again, both of you, for all your hard work and advocacy and the great work you're doing.
Thank you. That's all the questions we have for our speakers. So thanks to you both for being here. Really appreciate your input and your submissions. We'll now turn to questions of administration. And again, we'll start with Councillor Tang, because you selected this item.
I wasn't quick enough to put my name on the list, so thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation from the administration side. I wanted to actually kind of follow up on a thread about the businesses. Based on the pilot, the Nook was one of the sites, but they also haven't been open for the last while due to a number of factors with the construction with COVID. So I was just wondering if you can kind of expand on that. And I saw in your presentation that there's 3 locations for the businesses. Can you share, I guess, what they are and any lessons learned that can, I think it builds off of some of the questioning from Councillor Rutherford as well. So I don't know who wants to take that.
Councillor, I'll ask the team just to provide some insight into the lessons learned from last year on some of those sites.
Thank you, Gord. Phil Harrod with Parks and Roads. I'll start. Yeah, Councillor, you're exactly right. There were some challenges with some of the businesses we were involved in with the newer COVID restrictions and things that happened, that we did lose that opportunity to continue those relationships. We were able to expand some of those relationships, specifically in the North Edge with the North Edge BIA, looking at some of the public washrooms that they had in a gas station facility, and looking how we did that. Part of the 10-year strategy when we get this person hired is actually to go out and work with developing those relationships to expand that availability, and looking at through the budget that was funded in December by council, to look at alternative strategies on how we could support those businesses, through opening their doors and making public washrooms more available. Nicole, I don't know if you want to expand on anything there.
Sure, I can talk a little bit on more specifics with the Nook pilot that we worked on with Jody's team. And so we did do that up until the Nook had to close due to COVID. But some of the feedback that we heard for that pilot was that, and in particularly that business, there was feedback on maybe support for the costs of materials like cleaning materials, toilet paper, things like that could be something that businesses might appreciate. We were providing the cost for the attendant to be there. And then also different expectations, because every businesses might train their staff differently. And then we were coming in and Jody's team was coming in and there was different expectations for training those staff. So getting on the same page with expectations on the service levels, the training, those are some of the challenges that we experienced during that pilot. But it was very unique. We're glad we tried it, and we had to pause that pilot, unfortunately, due to COVID. But with the new funding and the 3 locations that were mentioned, so far those locations aren't chosen. We're going to look at how we use that funding, whether we design a grant, for example, and have an application process, or how we're going to engage with the business community on that. That's still to be determined and will be part of the Washroom strategy work going forward.
Wonderful, thank you. And I think there's a lot of, a foundation of relationships that can be built on. For example, even what Ms. Mcbride mentioned through the Recover project. And I was also curious because, these kinds of pilots have gone on in the past with other departments and teams as well. I'm thinking of the one with the Community League through the neighborhood group. And how are you building off of those other engagements and feedback, and not just in the recent time period? Because I think there's there's actually been quite a bit of work going on in this space.
Councillor, you're exactly right. There has been a lot of work on many different fronts from different areas within the corporation. So part of what we're looking at doing is with this person that will be leading this work will be to engage not only with our outside stakeholders, but also connecting in all those different bodies of work and opportunities within the corporation, because there has been extensive work done in the past in different areas, and there are other opportunities as we go forward, because this, again, is much more than just a downtown-based strategy. This is for ultimately the entire city, and there are many opportunities to provide public washroom facilities in conjunction with other projects we have, with other programs we have, and distribute that across many different areas in the physical city itself.
Thank you. And I will probably come back for a second round, speak to that point around kind of expansion beyond the core, and I'm interested in the transit, the integration with the transit as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Tang's questions, one integration that's missing that has been identified during my conversations during the campaign is the integration of the vehicle for hire operators. And when they wait around the transit centers, LRT stations, they have no access to LRT washrooms, right? So I think that's something to look at as we integrate our modes of transportation and deal with the last mile trip at the end of LRT and transit stations, and having more Uber and taxi drivers available. So that's something I hope that you will explore. On the and also Councillor Rutherford's comments, I think we really need to work hard to break the stigma around washrooms. And so as you engage further, how would you work with some of the BIAs who are reluctant to have temporary or permanent washrooms because of that stigma? I want to know like what the strategy is going to be around that engagement.
So, Your Worship, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Robinson to join in. Mr. Robinson works with the BIAs, but basically we do have a number of existing relationships with the various BIAs throughout the city, and are working with them on different initiatives. Of course, as Ms. McBride alluded to, there are some areas that are more open to moving forward, and others that are probably a little less focused on moving forward on these as quickly. But I think the key to this is that we build a flexible program that is able to work with the different needs without going down the wrong path in one particular area just to maintain consistency. I think we want to try and be flexible and work with the specific knowledge of those areas, and then we can meet what the expectations are. I'll just ask Mr. Robinson just to provide a little bit more commentary.
Thank you, Mr. Sedgwick, and hello, Mr. Mayor. I would just add that the context for 2021 was very much a pandemic response. So the conversations were very linked to temporary shelters and such. But where we're at now with this report is, looking ahead, it's the long-term strategy, and we plan to engage with all the BIAs once again, not just in terms of the vulnerable population, but as a public amenity. So the conversation will be shifting to longer term and what we can provide to our business and residential districts as an amenity. So the conversation will shift and hopefully go in a very kind of inclusive way in terms of that amenity.
I know, and when public washrooms are available, they're available for everyone. I can tell you, we were at the Borden Park on the weekend for the Deep Freeze festival. There were people lined up to use public washrooms because there was tons of people out there. So you want to get people out into the community to enjoy. And also, can you please follow up with ETS on the integration of taxis and the transit systems? Another question is related to in suburban communities, particularly where a lot of seniors are gathering and using public spaces. What is our strategy around that, having washrooms available in suburban communities, around parks and district parks?
Your worship, that certainly is part of the overall strategy in terms of where these facilities are. It's not just in business districts or in the downtown. It's in many different areas across the city, and whether that be a park facility or a community center, they all meet sort of the overall achievement that we're trying to work towards in terms of inclusive communities, and public washrooms are part of that. So it is within the scope of this work, and it's just a matter of how we stage that out over the next period of time.
Yeah, good. No, keep it up, and kudos to folks at Boyle Street Ventures for empowering people to take on these roles and being out there. And it's a great partnership that you're developing with them. Good, thanks.
Thank you, Marsohi. So that takes us to the noon break. We will reconvene at 1:30, and we will start at that point with items 6.2 and 6.3, the Heritage Council items. Then we will return to this item, take our break at 3:30, and finally finish up with motions on item 7.1, the sidewalks, and notices of motion. Thanks, everyone. Have a great afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the January 17th meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee. I'll just do a roll call, and I will note that, first of all, Councillor Wright had a medical appointment this afternoon, so she will be absent for perhaps an hour. Councillor Jans?
Here.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tang?
Good afternoon.
And I don't see Mayor Sohi, so quorum is 3, but we 3 must all remain in the meeting for the meeting to continue. So just please note that. If there's a need to depart for either of you, please just let me know and we can deputize, so to speak, one of the other councillors, but we would need to do that formally. So we are now moving to item 6.2. Are we doing 6.2 and 6.3 together? We have not.
They're not officially cross-referenced. One is an information report and the other one is a request for decision. So they are slightly different, but it is up to committee.
Okay. Well, why don't we take them one at a time? But I'm expecting it's the same delegation and that's speaking to each. So, and who's our administration representative on this file?
I believe David.
I would be Councillor Gerber.
Oh, that was you. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Jevney. Thank you. I probably should have known that. So over to you, sir, for the presentation on 6.1. Thank you.
Actually, I think the chair of the Edmonton Heritage Council will do the presentation.
Good afternoon.
Very good. Thank you. Good evening, or good boy, oh boy. Good afternoon, Mr. Hobson. Please proceed. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you so much, and a real pleasure to be here in front of you representing the volunteers on the Edmonton Heritage Board and our hardworking staff. I don't believe I know any of you personally, so I just want to say that I'm a retired heritage planner, but I also spent 26 years on City Council in Kelowna, BC, so I'm very familiar with the wide array of issues you've had to deal with today. And, coming up after sidewalks and outdoor washrooms is an interesting change of direction. So we support the stories of the Edmonton and the knowledge that the public has of heritage places. That's the heart of what we do. Somebody is changing slides there, so we're going to number 2. Thank you, David. This visual is from the municipal heritage document that we worked on with the Edmonton Historical Board and distributed to council candidates prior to the 2021 election. It's also an attachment to this report. The connections and relationships show how Edmonton's heritage is an essential aspect of city making. Besides building identity and connection between people, the research, documentation, and preservation resulting from this work enriches the city's history for current and future generations. This is essential to social inclusion, equity, anti-racism, and for economic and social development of the city. We work to broaden the involvement of Edmontonians, to add to the existing, perhaps better known stories and histories of the city. Given the many organizations, individuals, and communities that work on this, we understand the importance of our role as a convener and animator in Edmonton's heritage ecology. Now, council previously, at the last council, approved connections and exchanges, which is the next stage of the arts and heritage plan for the city.
Next slide.
Thank you. There we go. This report is really the result of extensive community consultation, and it guides us from strategy to program delivery, as it does for our partners, the Edmonton Arts Council and Arts Habitat Edmonton. The nature of the 10-year plan means we need to regularly check to ensure we're on the right track, still meeting and understanding community needs, still measuring and resourcing the right things. In 2021, we undertook 3 major surveys to get a better understanding of our community. A survey of citizen participation, that is Edmontonians' engagement with heritage, a heritage interpretive experience survey to understand heritage opportunities in Edmonton's neighborhoods, and a heritage sector survey to give us continuing insight into the experience of organizations and individuals who participate in this work. As mandated by Connections and Exchanges, our work is to reduce barriers and to increase access. And it turns out that on the next slide, you will see, thanks very much, half of the respondents reported at least one barrier. And this really underlines the need for focus on removing barriers to participation. A minority of those surveyed work full-time in heritage, and over 40% report not feeling connected to the larger heritage community. We've since added more programming to foster this sense of community. Moving on to slide on heritage programs, thank you. Through our programs, we provide a range of opportunities to participate in Edmonton's heritage, such as the Heritage Community Investment Program and the Edmonton City as Museum project. The work is not simply to fund, but to help existing organizations provide relevant programming for Edmontonians. Two examples, the Alberta Aviation Museum is an organization we've supported through many years through the Community Investment Program operational funding stream. Recently, they've undergone some challenges, and with help from us and others, they've managed to improve their reach to audiences well outside the typical demographic with a well-established interest in aviation history. They're using change capital funding to support more family-oriented programming changes. The following report 6.2, provides a full picture of the support of the Heritage Community Investment Program in 2021 and into 2022. And we'll be happy to answer further questions about that report and its details. My second example is the Alberta Labour History Institute work, another organization which we've supported through operational grants. They recently launched a podcast in collaboration with the Edmonton City as Museum project on an important moment in Edmonton, Alberta's, and Canada's legal and queer histories, the Delwyn Vrind Supreme Court decision that changed human rights law in British Columbia, in Alberta and Canada. Sorry, I'm from British Columbia. And finally, we have two programs shown here. eCamp is a multi-platform program building an inclusive, largely digital museum experience about the city.
Next slide.
More physical programming will happen post-pandemic. We'll go back to where we were pre-pandemic in the future. This includes the eCamp podcast with a second season concentrating on neighborhoods and immigration histories, a growing written story collection from diverse Edmonton writers, interactive e-camping trips, and other things. The commitment is to an accessible program for Edmontonians, regardless of their past experience with heritage programming in the city. Our newest program is FIRE, Funding Indigenous Resurgence in Edmonton, a forum for collaboration between Indigenous and non-Indigenous individuals and organizations. FIRE also has a role to play in helping applicants develop skills to access other EHC grants and those of other funding bodies. FIRE also presents online learning opportunities and has initially supported projects supporting the living practices and traditions of Edmonton's diverse Indigenous communities. FIRE is in its initial stage, and we hope to be able to resource it in the future to reach its full potential. Last slide, please. Thanks. So we as the World Heritage community are into something called the Heritage Reset. And this was the subject of the last National Trust Conference last fall. And that conference identified some significant issues. We're working on those issues and we want to work more on these issues.
Next slide.
Our advocacy work related to naming, renaming, and commemoration relates to the murals and naming of the Government Centre LRT station and others. We believe a renewed approach is needed for the community to think about commemoration and a good policy on this. I'd be happy to answer questions on that. As well, we're growing in capacity to work with and support the Historic Resources Management Plan through policy, research, and relationships in the community. We've developed an advanced connections and exchange as well with the current resources.
Next slide.
But we will be seeking additional funding in the next four-year budget cycle as we fulfill the ambitions and aims of the 10-year plan. We're also developing and succeeding in finding other funding relationships to leverage the support from the city. So that is a snapshot of what we have been doing over the last year and some of the programs we're developing. We feel we are at the heart of critical heritage issues in Edmonton. And as we look at redoing the management plan and the inventory of heritage resources as a city, I think we have to look at broadening the set of values that we subscribe to heritage resources, which in turn will broaden the nature of heritage resources themselves and will hopefully make a larger group of Edmontonians feel connected to heritage in their community. My personal vision is that we could have a heritage experience 15 minutes from everybody's door in the city, traveling by foot, transit, or bicycle. I travel by bicycle. So that's our presentation. Be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hobson. So I think in order to keep this simple, we'll limit questions first of all to the Heritage Society. But let's, if you're okay, Mr. Hobson, you and your team, it will accept questions on both the information report and on the grant, the suggested grant awards, grant funding that has been recommended in the second report. Is that okay with you, Mr. Hobson?
Yes, that's fine. The only decision you have to make in the second report is on two grants that exceed the $30,000 threshold that we're limited to as a council, as a Heritage Council. The other grants, of course, have been approved and distributed by the Heritage Council.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for that information. That's great. I will go to Councillor Tang first as the person that selected the report. I know you haven't rung in, Councillor Tang, but just checking with you.
Yeah, no, great. Thank you so much. I was about to click in. Yes, I selected this, also recognizing, we did have a time-specific presentation. And thank you all so much for the work you're doing. I know personally, as a community member, I've certainly benefited from some of the grants and opportunities with the Heritage Council in terms of storytelling and that kind of stuff. So having kind of engaged with the council from that angle, I was wondering, how much do we give to the council each year? For some reason, that information wasn't super clear to me.
Sure. I'll get David to answer that. He's the money guy.
Sometimes I'm a little more than that too, but that's right. Thanks for the
that's
question.
one of your jobs.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Well, this year in 22, the total is $1.7 million. And just for context for councillors, with the approval of Connections and Exchanges and the 4-year commitment of City Council and budget to that, that's an increase. That was an increase of over 4 years ongoing of $750,000. So the 1.7 million this year, I'm just saying that includes the additional 750,000 in the 4th year of this 10-year plan that we're working on. Sorry, did that make sense?
No.
Okay, so we received $1.7 million from the City of Edmonton.
Right.
And I was just indicating in Connections and Exchanges, there's been a growth in that amount over the past 4 years of an additional $750,000 included in that 1.7, just to give you sort of a 4-year perspective or 5-year perspective on investment.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, I was also curious, when you say the growth in the strategy, what does that mean? So thanks for answering the question I didn't really ask. I was thinking, I guess, a bit to your point, Mr. Hobson, about the values that you're to stand some of those values. Can you speak to a little bit, or or Mr. Riley around the intercultural component when it comes to heritage co-creation, co-keeping, co-stewardship. What's the council's perspective on that when it comes to interculturalism, intercultural collaboration, and that kind of work?
Very big part of what we do. David, perhaps you or Danielle could speak to that.
I'd make an initial comment, but Danielle might want to take up on that. I mean, although we don't always emphasize the intercultural nature of what we do, I mean, I think our emphasis is on interculturalism. In other words, we're growing the connections between many communities in Edmonton. If you're speaking specifically in interculturalism as like a collaborative project between two specific communities, we do some of that. We could do more. What I think I would point out is that our grant programs, for example, and our other programs, City as Museum, Fire Program, are already set up to encourage that. Now, whether we're doing a good enough job getting out there, making those connections, that's certainly something we're always looking at. But that's the intention to do that. And I would say particularly in the operational grant stream, you know, where there's funding to organizations that have been longstanding. This is an area where we really want to expand, where we're providing more that annual ongoing support to organizations that we could say are in the intercultural space.
No, that's great. Thank you. Any plans in the future as part of the, or perhaps part of Connections and Exchanges to invest in, say, digital technology and innovation in this work?
I'll let, if I can defer to Danielle, we're doing a lot in that space. Maybe just a couple of quick responses on that. Danielle, if you will, who's our Program and Partnership Manager. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, David. Thanks for that question, Councillor Tang. I think as all of us have had to do, the necessary pivots that took place at the emergence of COVID in March 2020 necessarily required us to embrace a certain amount of technology, despite some people's relative unfamiliarity or discomfort with those things. So quickly shifting to virtual jury sittings for all of our grants, enabling a grants portal for people to apply online, and as a result, having more agile access to data year over year as that portal starts to be more populated with applications. We're also encouraging more digital experiences for people proposing heritage projects. At a certain point, we were exclusively asking for digital experiences, you know, mindful of public health needs at the time. But that continues to be a very central focus of the eCamp program that, for the time being anyway, exists almost exclusively in a virtual setting. And as we start to navigate the post-COVIDian landscape, we'll definitely be hanging on to some of those pieces that we've adopted and making sure that there are always digital and virtual legacies that remain after, you know, a one-time only event takes place. We've also invested very heavily in virtual exhibits over the last year and a half, recognizing that not everyone can get to a pop-up exhibit in one specific place, and that once that pop-up exhibit pops down again, what are the ways that endure for people to visit that and experience that exhibit after the fact? So those are some of the ways in which we're embracing digital technologies and looking to do more within that space.
Great, thank you.
I just mentioned that before COVID, we would sponsor people going to conference or training. And with COVID, of course, that hasn't happened. So we have been supporting some online learning as well, just to be adaptive.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation and report. It was an excellent overview. You know, I really just want to pick up on fire. I think it's such an exciting initiative, really well structured. I've heard good things about it. But you mentioned sort of needing to ensure the resources are in place to help it reach its full potential. So I was just wondering where that is at in terms of staffing and budget to carry that program forward.
David, I think you can answer that.
I'll provide a quick response. Another one where Danielle might have a comment. So in terms of its full potential, with all our programs, we seek other funding for, well, except for the Heritage Community Investment Program. So the fire program is an example where we've made outreach to Edmonton Community Foundation. We'll look at other funders to support that. But currently, both staffing and the investment sources are really coming from those that allocation from the city of Edmonton. So that's a limiting factor. So if we take that dollars, you know, we have the Heritage Community Investment Program, the ECAMP program, and the fire program, all which largely draw on that investment. I'd say in the last 2 years, we've been able to procure an additional, it would be less than $100,000 in addition for those programs through other funders, whether it's the Government of Alberta, Canadian Heritage, or the Edmonton Community Foundation.
Okay. So I guess I'm just wondering if that, you know, I think there'd be certainly an appetite from me, and I believe maybe some of my other council colleagues, in terms of having the resources required for fire on an ongoing basis as part of, you know, what our base funding is to the organization. But just so I'm understanding, I mean, will fire be operating over 2022? Will there be other calls for proposals coming up? Just wondering, like, or is it wrapping up? Is it winding down? What's sort of the status there?
It is a press, but we are operating it this year. We don't have as many, if you like, flow through funds for it as we would like. Notwithstanding the growth that we've experienced, of course, the complexity of developing the programs has grown, and so we're finding ourselves a bit short in terms of having as many resources as we would like. With the upcoming 4-year budget cycle, we will surely be making requests or trying to make a case for the expansion of funding in that program and the other programs, but I'd say that one in particular.
Okay, that's wonderful. I'm really pleased to hear that. Yeah, I just want to say again, like, a very popular program, and kudos for the work that was done on that. I also just want to commend as well the work you've been doing to support the Treaty Number 6 monument, and just wondering if there's anything additional you needed from the city to support that work, any resources that may be needed, resources or regulatory issues.
No, well, thanks for that, Councillor. Yeah, it's been a great experience. I want to recognize the city stepped up in terms of funding for that. We've chipped in a little, and there's a little bit more to go, but there hasn't been anything, you know, really the relationship working with the Government of Alberta and really the legislature, precinct staff, and Treaty 6 has been excellent. So we're anticipating that project will be in place. So I don't have anything further on that that's needed, but I'll certainly reach out and let you know.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, and thank you again for your work on that. Just in my last minute, sorry, I know that you recognize, just in terms of the type of programming being provided, just, having that diversity on the board is so essential. So just wondering if you could maybe speak to board diversity as it is right now. And I understand you're recruiting for new board members for this year. So just wondering if you could speak to some of the initiatives or approaches that you're taking to maybe reach out to more members of the BIPOC community and just increase diversity on the board.
Right. We have a committee chaired by our parish chair, Martin Kennedy, who is looking very specifically at diversity in our recruitment process. We're starting early this year because we really want to get it right. We do have diversity on our board, but we would like to have more diversity. And we are developing more diversity in our staff as well. So I'm really quite pleased about that. So I don't have anything specific other than we're starting earlier, we're working hard. We have a committee that's focused on ensuring that diversity.
That's great to hear. Just that intention and early efforts, I think, are a great start. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I just had a question. This was kind of relating to what Councillor Tang was discussing. The 1.7 million a year. Mr. Ridley, you had mentioned that it went up by $750,000, correct, for 2022?
No, through starting in, pardon me, Councillor, thanks for the question. Starting in 2019, it went up in increments so that it's now at total of an additional 750,000. So the first year it was, I believe, 150,000, and then in addition the next year, and that was ongoing. So sort of
So it'll
incremental.
max out at $750,000 over 4 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand that. Thank you. And is this the Heritage Council? Is that a branch from Edmonton Arts Council? Like it branched off into its own council? Is that correct?
The initiative in that really came from the Art of Living, which is a Edmonton Art and Cultural and Heritage Plan done by John Mann over 10 years ago. The Heritage Council was one of the recommendations that spun out of that. And David has the longest history. Have I got that right, David?
Yeah, no, you're correct, Councillor, that we were, if you like, incubated within the Arts Council, although within a year, starting in 2009, we were, of course, both incorporated and had charitable standing. So we are like the Arts Council, more or less, in terms of our structure, but we're a much smaller investment item, given the scope of the arts community and the large organizations that are part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're a society, yeah.
Okay, all right, I see. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all of the questions we have for the Heritage Society representatives. So thank you, but maybe stick around just in case something else comes up. We'll now go to any questions anyone might have of administration. And not seeing any, then we have two reports in front of us. So the first is item 6.2, and that is the recommendation there is to receive that report for information. So I would take a motion to move that recommendation.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any discussion? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And then on item 6.3 then, we have the recommendation, and I have it in front of me, so I'll read it in, that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that the recommendations for grant funding as outlined in the January 17, 2022 Edmonton Heritage Council report EXT 00885 be approved. Well, I'll move that. I'll make that motion. Any discussion? Speaking to it? Please vote then.
Sorry, I did have some questions, but I couldn't figure out the button to request to speak.
So you have questions?
I guess I'm comfortable to move forward with a vote, but I think I didn't realize we're on 6.3 already.
Yep, we're doing them together.
Okay, I think I missed that part. My only question was, I understand this is part of the policy.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Hang, just a second.
Sorry.
So we'll retract the vote then, and we'll go to questions of administration. Go ahead, Councillor Tang.
Okay. I guess I understand it's part of the policy that anything over the 30,000 threshold comes to council, but it just feels, is this a standard in other, I guess, jurisdictions with this kind of structure in terms of, because it feels like 30,000 feels, a rather low threshold. And does it cause any administrative, I guess, challenges? Given that, the Heritage Council doesn't come to City Council for this kind of presentation and approval, regularly. So that's kind of my main thing that surfaced for me when I read this report.
I could provide a brief comment on that.
Sure.
As to other jurisdictions, we don't have a great deal of insight on this. I would say this policy has evolved over the last several years. And I think it's in evolution again to raise that threshold. I think for the very reasons you're pointing to, is that, for example, the relationship, and this policy pertains to the Edmonton Arts Council as well. It's the other body that's mentioned in this. that given the amount of dollars that are being managed and the investment, that it is a rather low threshold. From the Heritage Council perspective, I mean, we view it, it's both the approval, it's also an opportunity to provide that greater list of investment, really the information aspect of this report, as well as the two decisions are, I think useful, but perhaps redundant in terms of the other reporting we do, such as the first report today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if we need to kind of continue to evolve that. I mean, I recognize this time around there's only two. It's not like there are a ton or, you know, a ton of organization waiting on this. I guess kind of question to administration, I suppose, how, you know, is that kind of on the radar? And, you know, would you recommend that?
Councillor, the various grant programs that are administered by different bodies have different thresholds. In this case, as Mr. Wood said, with the Arts Council and the Heritage Council, that 30,000 minimum. They report on the grants. They go through a peer review jury process. Those jury chairs then report to the board, who go through a process to approve the awards, and then they report all that back to us and to the community. So that the threshold was really to not have all of the smaller grants have to come to council for approval as an additional sort of step in the process to get the grants out the door and into the community. But certainly something that we could revise if a committee would be more comfortable with you know, a different threshold for those grants.
Yeah, not something to be resolved for now, but I just want to flag that for committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Hi, I just wanted to mention that I respectfully disagree. I actually find $30,000 to actually be acceptable threshold, just because I think, speaking as an average person and to the average person in Edmonton, I think they would see that as a significant amount of money. And I believe that people would like to see their councillor have a more of a say in such matters. And just in the, you know, like we are always talking about transparency, and I think that this is a good way for us to show our constituents that we are very involved. So I think that the $30,000 is an accurate threshold.
Thank you. All right, so any further questions then to administration on item 6.3? I'll just move a little slower in case the technology is not keeping up. Okay, not seeing any, then I will move the recommendation in item 6.3. And I really don't have anything by way of speaking to or closing to it. Any other comments? Please vote.
Sorry, the request to speak button was not coming up for me.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, happy to speak to this.
Withdraw the vote. Go ahead, Councillor Tang.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing this. Yeah, I think it's, you know, important that we don't, I guess, get in the way of the important heritage work that does need to happen in the community. You know, I think we also have to recognize the various level of governance that is in place for an organization like the Heritage Council that also has its own board membership for that oversight as well. And I think that's certainly something that surfaced for me is, you know, it's coming from a community perspective. Some of the, you know, the variability within what is being put forward to us, and this is two examples that actually have quite a big difference in proposal and the funding, and we also have other layers of accountability measures with, you know, a structure like Heritage Council. All of that, I think, taken into consideration, you know, provides a very, I think, holistic transparency and accountability framework. I think it's good that City Council gets to have this final review and approval on some of the larger ones. Recognizing especially one of them today is much, much bigger than the 30,000. And I think down the road, when we have more of these kinds of proposals and funding, I think I think it just raised the question about the feasibility and making sure that the community groups have the resources and they're not always waiting on the multiple layers, I guess, of approval that is required for them to move forward on their projects. But I think in this case, happy to support the work that is advancing.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anyone else? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And just for anyone that's participating, don't be afraid to speak up if you have something to say. This is the detriment of having to do this online, that we're not all in the same room making eye contact or holding up a hand. So just virtually wave if you have something that you want to say, and I'm not getting to you. We'll now return to item 6.1, and the speaking list that I had written down had Councillor Wright next. So I'm not sure that she's joined us yet. Don't think so. There was only 3 on the vote. So I will make sure and come back to her. We'll go next then to Councillor Jans.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could you remind me what item we're on now?
Yes, sir. We are on item 6.1, which is the public washroom update.
Yeah, I guess I'd just say a lot of my questions were answered, and just wanted to express gratitude for the impact that this has made. I guess I'm wondering, is there a legal? I'm wondering how does discrimination or discrimination under the law come into play when, say, a business decides to accept or reject clientele, and with that, I wonder to what extent, like, this is clearly a public responsibility. This is a human rights issue. It's having a space to do your bodily function, and to overly burden or integrate business with this, especially when they may not have capacity to do it. I wonder if this is unfairly downloading, and we should make sure these costs are incurred and fairly distributed by the city, if that makes sense.
Councillor, in terms of the legal aspect, I would defer to any of our law branch if they're on the call. But just in terms of, I think the overall program, what we were trying to do when we talked about working with businesses was to partner for opportunities, not necessarily transfer the responsibility, but to work where applicable together.
Which I would support. I wonder though if is there a current legal obligation to provide public washrooms on the part of a business? No, but if they are providing washrooms in a discriminatory factor based on charter protected rights, I imagine they could be held accountable in the Human Rights Commission or something for that. Is that true?
Councillor, I couldn't answer that again. I'd have to defer to someone from our law branch, but I don't believe anybody is on the call currently. We could take that away and get that answer for you.
Yeah, well, maybe an integration into a future report, but overall, really excited about the strategy, really excited about the direction, and reiterating again that this is a basic human right, and I look forward to, well, yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, just want to right off the top say absolutely supportive of this, really excited about the direction that we're going. And most of my questions do revolve around, I guess, the opening up of private spaces for non-patron use. And just building off of what Councillor Jans just mentioned, I absolutely do believe that this should be accounted for from a public perspective, but at the same time, very open to what could be achieved through those types of partnerships with businesses. I guess to be just really clear, I'm wondering if we have any existing framework, guidelines, policies around privately owned, publicly accessible spaces. I know other municipalities have started to look at this. Toronto, for example, has pretty clear guidelines. Do we have anything like that?
I can speak to the questions about making private spaces available, but just to the point that as part of the washroom strategy going forward, one of our action items is to explore existing legislation that could include bylaws or policies that include requirements for provision of public washrooms as part of new and existing developments. Besides partnering with current businesses, we do think that there could be a big impact by looking to see what exists for that legislation and maybe opportunities for change as well.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate that side of things. And just thinking a little bit about new developments and the provision of public washrooms within those new developments. Right now, I know we have community amenity contributions, for example. Are public washrooms one of the options for community amenity contribution right now for new developments?
Councillor, I'm not sure if there's anybody on the call that has that information. We can take that away and get back to you shortly.
Sure, yeah, I think that's just a gap that's kind of sticking out in my mind, because I do think it's worth exploring how we can just have a bit more structure around this. Because my other concern is that if we do start to open the door for more privately owned, publicly accessible spaces, how do we ensure that there isn't unfair, almost informal policing going on of those spaces? Because we want to make sure that they are at the end of the day open and accessible to everyone. So that's where my mind goes. But yeah, it sounds like I might want to do some follow-ups on the privately owned, publicly accessible spaces piece, because I think it actually goes beyond public washrooms. I think about even, the interface of sort of private and public realm in our city, where there is maybe a privately owned courtyard that is publicly accessible. So there's lots of questions around that. So I will follow up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the great report and presentation. There's so much to celebrate. 3 specifics I really just want to highlight. Congratulations to the team for the Borden Park award. That's really phenomenal, and just great work on that. Also really exciting to see the statistics just in terms of the usage of these facilities. It's such a clear demonstration of need. So fantastic to have that information, and great that that's part of the attendant program is gathering that data. I'm also particularly excited to see the coordinator position. I think having a dedicated person to focus on this strategy as a whole, from strategy to sort of the daily implementation is a really positive mood. So just a few questions of clarification. I'm a bit more confused now from the report versus the presentation. So there's a number of areas, washrooms, where there are attendants already. Is it correct that all of those washrooms that currently have attendants will continue to have attendants and then it will grow from there? Or do some of the washrooms with attendants currently, they will lose their attendants and they'll potentially be relocated?
Councillor, I'll just ask either Phil or Nicole to take that.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So the permanent washrooms that currently have attendants, we will keep those attendants there. They're still currently there, and they'll continue to have attendants next year. And with the new funding, it allows for expansion of the attendant program into more permanent washrooms. And then as for the temporary washrooms, we're going back to the drawing board a little bit, especially with the feedback we've received, and looking at location placement as something being very important for safety, and further engagement with the BIAs and other stakeholders to decide where the temporary locations will be. And we have funding for attendance at the temporary locations as well.
Great, thanks for that clarification. Wonderful to hear. I'd misunderstood that some of the existing permanent washrooms were going to lose their attendance, so really glad to hear that those are continuing. And I know, just to make a plug, Dawson Park did a pilot washroom attendant program, and I know that was really successful for them. So just as a consideration when determining those other locations. Building on this question around businesses providing washroom facilities, I'm wondering what policies there are around civic buildings. So, someone mentioned community leagues earlier in the conversation, which was really interesting. The staff washrooms at ETS facilities. I'm also thinking of our libraries and our rec centers. So I heard recently there was a sign outside of one of the EPL branches that said no public washroom access. So wondering if there will be some, sort of some guidelines and policies put in place around access to existing washrooms, and if the public washroom coordinator might be able to help support with some of those logistics as well.
Councillor, in terms of some of those other locations and facilities and institutions you talked about, I think those are conversations we will have through that new coordinator position, facilitating some of those relationships. And then subsequent to that, if there are changes in policy that we need to pursue, that would be part of the work that we would bring forward throughout the course of the year.
Okay, thank you for that. I think, there's a great opportunity to make use of those assets that we already have. We definitely heard some of the specific design considerations. So location, of course, being a number one, but also just in terms of the type of trailer unit that we may be leasing. And actually, sorry, that's another point of clarification. Will we be only leasing these temporary facilities, or is there potential to purchase them for ongoing future use for other civic events? Excuse me.
Councillor, I think all of the above. There is opportunity to lease or purchase depending on the location and the suitability of the piece of infrastructure. So very well may be that we might purchase a unit that could be moved, or we could purchase one that may stay at a particular location if it's deemed that this is a good permanent location. So we're keeping that open right now, and that next body of work will kind of identify what's the best sort of path forward in terms of what we purchase and what we lease, and where it's a prefabrication type of unit, or if it's something that we have to construct.
Great. Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. And I think having that flexibility makes a lot of sense. And just again, sort of what I heard really clearly is just that desire to have the visible stall, the feet under the stall door, rather than the individual stalls. But thank you. I'll come around for another question.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I just wanted to discuss what Ms. McBride had brought up earlier. She had said that she would have liked to have seen more data on, has there been a decrease in public urination or defecation? Do we have any results with that? Do we have any data on that?
So, Councillor, I'll start, and then I'll ask the team to jump in. We do have, there's data that we have in terms of usage of the facilities, but we also carried out a very extensive cleaning program, in particular in the downtown, to deal with some of the behaviors that you identified in situations. So that was something that was observed through all the work we carried out. I'll ask Mr. Harrod to provide a little bit of insight in terms of what we saw last year in terms of the amount of work that was carried out in response to those activities.
Thanks, Gordon. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, we have some data, as Gord mentioned, specifically tied to the downtown area and some of the work we were doing down there with public urination, public defecation, and some needle usage. And over the course of the summer, as the washrooms were implemented, we did see a decrease in some of those activities in certain areas, and that data also let us look at moving some of those temporary locations around and address some of the concerns that were raised, by businesses and residents in the downtown. Again, a short-term piece of data really focused on the downtown, but we were able to see positive impacts in having those washroom locations available.
And just to add to that also, Councillor, when we did the cleanup activities, we didn't necessarily differentiate between public space and private property. So for example, if there was a property that was, adjacent to a back lane, but, the urination or defecation occurred, adjacent to the lane, but on the private property, we would still clean that up as part of our regular work. So we have captured that as well.
Okay, that's great. And I think, in reference to the stigma, I think what we need to do is make sure that the areas are safe, make sure that we let people know that the benefit it is and the effectiveness of having the washrooms. And I think that will help eliminate the stigma, as opposed to just trying to change people's opinions. We need to show them facts and show them the benefit of it. That's what I feel will be more productive. Also, I would like to hear from the business owners in the area, see what their concerns are. Like, I personally want to hear from them, what their issues are, their concerns, and their input on what they think we can do to help. That's what I would like to see. And I would appreciate if any business owners are out there, if they could reach out and let us know your take and how we can help out, if you have any ideas on what we can do to make things better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have a question for administration regarding a specific point in the report specific to Beaver Hills House and the Michael Fair Park enhancements. And I was wondering, there's a line in here talking about that the redesign of the washrooms is not included in the current scope of the project, but could be considered in that scope with that direction. So I was wondering what you need from us, like what are the factors that we need to make sure that because I feel like that's a missed opportunity to do those refurbishments, and not, when we're having this conversation about public park spaces, not include that in the scope. So if somebody could speak to me about what is needed to make that happen, or the timeline on that, in terms of, just wanted to bring attention to that.
Councillor, I'll just see if there's anybody on the call from our IAS team that could provide insight into the capital profile. As there's no one responding, off the top of my head, Councillor, I don't think that there's a situation other than the project budget and scope that would be impacting us doing that work. We can take that away, and I'll connect in with our colleagues in IAS to see if there are any scope limitations within that project, and if necessary, we can bring that back in terms of what would be required for a scope amendment.
Yeah, and I just wonder the timeline of it, because it doesn't really say the timeline. Is this work that's happening in 2022, or would it be part of that 2023 to 2026 budget cycle? I'm just trying to get a sense of that as well. So that information would be greatly appreciated. And then another thing that I wanted to flag, just in terms of the report for administration, as it talks about exploring existing bylaws and policies that include requirements for provisions of public washrooms. And I know we're starting to explore it, but I also am acutely aware of how long policy can sometimes take to develop. And so as we're developing that policy, things are being built without those public washrooms. And so I'm just kind of wanting to get a sense from administration on what those timelines are for bringing back some bylaws and policies around that work.
Councillor, I'll just ask Ms. Fraser to provide an answer to that.
Sure. So we do have a 2-year work plan right now for looking into those policies. For the overall work plan that we have to get started on this plan moving forward. And I believe that looking into those legislation, bylaws, policies, we're in the first year of the plan. So I'm not sure how long it would take to change anything, because we haven't yet started that research. So once we know what we found, It may also involve engagement as well it should probably involve engagement as well with the business community. But I think something to consider in the meantime is that we did receive, as part of the new funding, some funding to continue to trial more options with private businesses to be able to support them in keeping private washrooms open for the public. So at the same time as we're doing this research, we can be working with the current business community on that.
Yeah, and I think it's not just about businesses, right? Like I think again, this is skewing towards businesses being the primary stakeholders, and they're an important and integral stakeholder. They're not the only stakeholder. So I want to be really clear on that. And again, when we take this out of the downtown realm and we look at this in the scope of the bigger, broader city of Edmonton, we're looking at a lot of opportunity that are not just attached to businesses for where we could have those public washrooms. An example in my ward that I've heard many concerned citizens talk about is Grand Trunk with the baseball diamonds. There's a lot of intoxication and then public urination and other things that we would rather see happening. And these are usually after the Grand Trunk Leisure Center is closed. So, there's just so many more opportunities even outside of that core to be looking at this. So given that there might be scoping of policy engagement, I would hope that we start on this process of this policy and bylaw work sooner rather than later, knowing the timing it will take to get that going. That was the thing I wanted to flag for sure.
Thank you. With regards to the internal work, in year one, we are also working on standard operating procedures for city operated facilities. And so we can include that consideration when we're looking at washrooms citywide that are publicly run.
Perfect. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. And my apologies that I've had to miss a little bit of the discussion. So if my question has already been answered, again, my apologies. I just wanted to know, and I think Mayor Sohi was touching on a little bit before we went to the lunch break. And it sounds like Councillor Rutherford was also talking about it too, is that the work is going to now not only focus on the business areas, but also looking at the residential areas, looking at the parks. I know on the report it talks about, families and, getting encouraging outdoor activities. So I'm wondering if there could be some coordination even like with the green shacks in the parks. So that when the green shacks come out in the summer, that there's the temporary washing facilities as well for them.
Councillor, that Green Shack program is probably one of many of the opportunities we'll have to connect in with many different programs the city offers, as well as many different facilities throughout the city. So those are definitely things that we'll consider as we start rolling out the strategy and developing the implementation and action plan. But the Green Shack is a great example of an opportunity where we can connect in with an activity, but also provide the public washroom facility for not just that activity, but that area in general on a longer term basis.
Okay, that sounds good. And are there any plans to connect directly with EFCL or community leagues directly? I know Ms. McBride had mentioned that that the business associations had connected with community leagues in their area, but will that be part of this plan now going forward?
Councillor, definitely many stakeholder groups, including EFCL and other community agencies, as well as various other stakeholders from recreation to other areas, but definitely stakeholders are going to inform a lot of the work that we're going to be doing.
Okay, awesome, great, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll maybe take my turn on the first round. So maybe just to summarize, I'm hearing sort of almost three bodies of work. One would be some policy work on city-owned and operated facilities like Grand Trunk, like rec centers, those kinds of things where we develop a bit of updated policy. Fair to say, Mr. Seaber?
Yes.
Yeah. And perhaps there's a second category, which might be extended organizations, arm's length organizations like libraries, perhaps, TELUS World of Science, Snow Valley Ski Hill, that kind of a thing, those facilities that are connected to, but not necessarily operated by the city.
Correct.
And then we might talk about something where we've talked, that Councillor Salvador was talking about, which is privately owned public realm possibilities, which might be trickier, where we need engagement, where we need partnership opportunities. Yes?
Correct.
Yeah.
More relationship-based and some discussion on consideration for each other's needs.
Yeah, and that might be the longer term work. That
Correct.
piece
That
of
will
it,
probably
yeah.
take longer to action than some of the ones you previously mentioned.
Right, okay. So thank you for that. I have one completely disconnected question then for you. There's mention of a coordinator position. Is that a new FTE?
Yes, that is a new FTE that was part of the submission for the 2022 SOBA, the operating budget adjustment. Yeah.
And this may be rhetorical. Could that be, can we create that position without adding an FTE? Which is sort of, I know, picking at the lint a little bit, but trying to push back a little bit on adding FTEs to the broader workforce.
Mr. Chairperson, I think I can take that way and see how we were actually going to resource that FTE. I know the funding was the key element. I don't know if we had to create a new FTE or if we were repurposing another one.
Well, if either we can save the money by not creating a new position or redirect the money saved to creating more opportunities, I'd be myself, speaking only for myself, quite supportive of that approach. So thank you. So starting the second round then, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to flag Mayor, so he also mentioned around the transit center and the last mile and the gap there when it comes to public washroom. I think the conversation around public washroom, certainly that I've had in Wargari Hill, oftentimes circles around seniors. You know, when buses don't come that frequently and people have a longer wait time in between transfers, it makes it really difficult for seniors. And, you know, there has been past work done on this, actually integrating public washroom with bus stops. I'll just flag for administration to kind of look back on some of those work. And I am wondering about building up on this thread around, you know, a lot of the locations identified is quite central. What about, you know, outside? Because I'm playing around with the public washroom map that we have on the website. In Mill Woods, for example, it's the library, it's the rec center, and there's porta potties, you know, in the park. And, you know, are we going to continue to see those kinds of infrastructure kind of in the outside of the core? Would this strategy kind of affect that or maybe change?
Councillor, I think the intent of the strategy is that it's all encompassing for the entire city. So, you know, over the last year, a lot of our focus has been in the downtown because that's where many of the specific issues were arising, but that's certainly not the intent, is that it just be a strategy focused on one area. It's certainly intended to cover all of the city and different types of facilities depending on the different types of needs and whether it be seasonality or year-round. So a number of different considerations, but in general, this is something that's intended to be citywide.
Good. And when I was thinking about the porta potties in Mill Woods, for example, with things like this that's not unattended, how do we even collect the data, or do we collect the data on, you know, like the rate of usage and that kind of stuff? Because I imagine it'd be quite difficult.
I'll ask either Phil or Nicole just to speak to how we do data collection.
Thank you, Gord. Thank you, Council, for the question. Right now, the data collection is mostly based on the washrooms with the attendants in place to be able to track that. The unattended washrooms, we don't really have a way right now to track that consistently.
Yeah, maybe that's maybe a gap to keep an eye out for the future. I think another group of people that we have talked about in the past when it comes to public washroom are tourists. So I'm wondering, what's the role of Explore Edmonton in all of this, and, you know, will they be a key stakeholder in the strategy development?
Councillor, that is one of a number of different stakeholders that we'll need to consider. I don't know if it was included in the report, but I know we've had those conversations in terms of the impact that public washroom facilities have on attracting tourists and facilitating that that good experience for tourists. So it's part of the equation as well.
Absolutely, thank you. And my final one, just I was a little bit curious about the attendant program. Has there or will you be doing some kind of a bit of a cost benefit analysis? And what I mean by that is, for example, small interventions and cleanups versus when it's unattended and it's like a one-time monthly cleanup or whatever. How does that compare in terms of impact and cost? And that's just one example. There might be others I can't really think of.
Thank you for the question. I can speak to some of the data that was collected in the first year of the pilot. This is when we started with the White Ave location. We are planning on expanding our data collection for the other locations going forward. But in the second year, 2021, we were very much focused on the COVID response. So I'll share what we have for 2020. The type of data we collected included visitation, reasons why people visited the washrooms, but also we retrieved EPS incident data, which showed that there was a significant decline in incidents at the White Avenue washroom. So there were 6 in 2020 compared to 21 in 2019. Also, both online and in-person survey results from that pilot showed an overwhelming percentage of respondents felt the washroom was safer because of the attendant being present. And then we also tracked number of repair and maintenance requests at the White Ave washroom. So there was a significant decrease from 2019 to 2020 in those requests, a 58% decrease. Maintenance costs were $7,277 in 2020 compared with $21,976 in 2019. And that is largely due to an attendant being present. So there's less vandalism, less damage. And so based on those numbers, just at that one location, the pilot resulted in a savings of $15,000 related to decreased repair requests.
Wonderful.
And so that's, you're welcome. Thank you.
Sorry, wrong button. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I really, wanted to follow up on the question that Councillor Rutherford had raised around the opportunity for a permanent washroom facility at Beaver Hills, particularly knowing that there is an existing facility there right now. I understand we may not have IAS on the call, but Council, we did approve $2 million in capital funding to accelerate permanent washroom construction, $1 million this year and $1 million next year. So just wondering if it's possible that some of that capital allocation that we've already made could be put towards expanding the scope of the Beaver Hills project to include that permanent washroom facility.
Councillor, I believe Pascal Ladouceur is on the call now and she can speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Gord. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So yeah, we could definitely explore looking at the capital budget that was made available through the FALA CPA. We can also review, so the project of revitalization for those parks is being funded by the downtown CRL. And so we will work with our city administration that manages the CRL to see if there are opportunities, understanding that this is a priority of council and that's something that you would like to see. And so we'll be exploring those and we can provide an update in the form of a memo in the coming weeks.
Fantastic. That's great news. And, and I think with that Beaver Hills location, we've spoken to it earlier. I think that visibility piece is going to be key. I think the existing facility is sort of tucked away in the alley. I think there are ways that it could be made to feel safer, but just a flag, I guess, in terms of that location and septet design will be really critical for that. But great to know that there are a couple of options there. Just maybe circling around on some of the questions that have come up around data collection. I'm just wondering if we may be able to make use of statistics collected from the special waste team. So, just in terms of public urination and defecation, if they're able to track the number of instances they're cleaning up, and if there might be a possibility of measuring that over time as new permanent and temporary washrooms come online. Is that a possibility or something that they could do within their scope of work?
Councillor, yes, that's something that can be done from the teams that we have out there. They can certainly track that information.
Great, thank you. I think that would help strengthen the case for more public washrooms, and ensure that the business community knows that we're hearing their concerns and making sure that we're tracking those outcomes.
And Councillor,
well-
we can take that data as well, and we have some heat mapping already underway, so that can support some of the heat mapping as well.
Oh, great. I love a good heat map, and I think it'll be really interesting to see when we start putting in the new washrooms, how that changes the dynamics. Fantastic. Well, yeah, thank you again so much to the team for the great work on this. It's really exciting. Looking forward to further updates.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I did want to mention also about the tourism. So Councillor Tang had brought that up. That was good insight. And I was just wondering, is there a loitering bylaw? I know that that's maybe not the ideal place to loiter, but some people, might feel the need to. Is there a loitering bylaw in the washrooms?
Councillor, we did have an update on the loitering bylaw last year, so there is something in place that speaks to some of that, but there were some amendments that were made.
Okay, is that also in relation, is that encompassed as well as in like the LRT loitering bylaw? Not LRT, but transit bylaw, loitering bylaw?
Perhaps I'll ask Ms. Ford, if she's on the call, to just speak to what work was done in regards to the loitering bylaw.
Thank you, Gord. I'll have to get back to you on that, Councillor. I'm not sure if the loitering bylaw is specific to places in transit, and I don't believe there's anyone from law here, or if it applies to broader public spaces. So I will get back to you on that one.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, I think that exhausts our questions then on this item. So the recommendation in the report is, this is an information report, so it's received for information. So I'd take a motion to receive this report for information.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anyone wishing to speak to the report before we vote?
Mr. Chairperson, just had one clarification. We did get an update on that FTE. That was, it's a temporary position that's funded through the COVID funding, so it's an 11-month, and it's not an additional of a new FTE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebrick. Appreciate that. Okay, seeing no requests to speak then, and looking at the videos.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead.
I'm trying to wait frantically on the screen here. No, just I want to say thank you so much for the team that has been working on this. I know public washroom is a very, very long-standing topic at the city, and for many of us, so I know certainly for me, traveling to other places, having public washroom amenities really leaves an impression just about how that location or that jurisdiction or that city prioritizes its citizens, quality of life, and it has such an impact on so many people, as we've already heard in today's conversation. And I would just encourage administration to continue to take that very inclusive approach and compassionate approach and practical approach when it comes to developing a very comprehensive public washroom strategy. So looking forward to hearing more and learning more. Thank you.
Thank you. Waves, hands up, clicks on. Not seeing any. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Whoops, please display the vote. And that's carried 4-0. Terrific. So that takes us back then to item 7.1 and to Councillor Jans to make a motion. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in conjunction with, I would say talking with Councillor Knack, the one who originally requested this report, I have a follow-up motion that I'm stalling because I'm trying to read. Okay, there we go. May I read it now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so it's two-part. Part A, that administration return to the committee with options for a sidewalk maintenance renewal process separate from neighborhood renewal, including options for different materials that could be used for sidewalk repair renewal from an accessibility and climate change perspective. Part B, that administration bring forward a prioritization and an annual inspection process for especially high needs areas, for instance, sidewalk repairs and accessibility issues for seniors and accessible housing centers. And due date estimated April 25th, 2022, Community and Public Services Committee. I believe the clerk has a copy.
It's being displayed now on the in the Google Meet and on YouTube, so it should be available for everyone to see. Would you like to introduce it, Councillor Jens?
Basically, just building on the feedback from the mover and the initial mover, and the questions from the committee today, trying to bring forward two parts here. One, a renewed focus on sidewalk renewal separate from the neighborhood renewal timeline and process. Trying to get an understanding for what that could look like for options there. That would also allow for some contemplation of different materials. We heard about the rubberized sidewalk to help with falls, stuff like that. Part B is about the idea that we need to be more proactive, that especially from an equity lens or an EDI lens, there's some folks in my ward, for instance, some senior centers that don't have the technology, or like they're literally handwriting and mailing my office sidewalk complaints. So the idea that they can pop open the 311 app and do so in an expeditious fashion it's unduly burdening them with the inspection and enforcement and reporting function that we as the city should take on. So in conjunction with the conversation and the feedback from the community, this is a two-part motion that hopes to encompass some of that, to bring back when we have more conversation about sidewalks, some potential chalk that we can scribble on them.
Terrific, thank you. So if there's any, we'll have questions first, and then if there's a desire to speak to the motion, then we'll do that on subsequent rounds. So questions of administration or of the mover first, and I will start. I just have really one question, Councillor Jens, and that is the mention of alternative materials. Can you just expand on that? Options for different materials, just what it is you're driving at there?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This was around the question of rubberized asphalt, around the question of how can we be more environmentally sustainable? Is it part of either using recycled materials or something else? Concrete does have a large carbon footprint, so considering just what else is admin willing to look at? Are there other situations where some sort of faster fix could like an asphalt cover or something could help get us part of the way there, and in it as an interim measure? So just sort of trying to open up the lens here, that it's not just about sometimes like with like, but trying to think about our climate decisions and also our accessibility decisions.
So I guess to Mr. Sebrick, we've played a little bit with things like asphalt overlays and using asphalt where we used to use concrete, and not so much from an environmental lens, but through a alternative surface, flexible pavement, does this patchwork for a while kind of approach. So we can build on that work, I suppose.
Correct. That would be a starting point, because we have done some of this, as you mentioned, but certainly there's other things we haven't probably explored as much as we can.
Right, fair enough. Have we ever explored, do you know, I may be catching you off guard, but if we ever explored reinforcing sidewalks? I mean, typically they're cast as just concrete and without reinforcement. That adds to the cost, but does it add to the life substantially?
I'll ask Mr. Sosa or Mr. Lehman just to provide some details on that.
Yeah, thank you, Gord. Actually, we are reinforcing our sidewalks from a repair perspective, especially now that we are seeing our weather change so much. I'm not sure if many of you remember last summer when we had many of our sidewalks buckling because of the extreme heat that we had. Actually, many of our maintenance practices have changed to address those climate change pieces. So we will be pleased to bring back a report outlining what are those different practices and materials that we're using.
And I wonder if that, Mr. Sosa, if that moves to the design standards that we that our developers and our construction industry need to work to if we talk about reinforcing sidewalks in the first place. I can imagine what the response might be, but is there a useful life question that might be asked when we speak to those stakeholders about reinforcing sidewalks on an ongoing basis? You know, not just as a patch, but as the original laydown.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been for sure making progress on how much we are improving our construction standard from adding an aggregate base, for example. That's actually a great deterrent for those longitudinal cracks that you see in older neighborhoods. So we can actually outline the work that that we are collectively doing in the city to improve our construction standards as well in relation to sidewalks, for sure.
Great, thank you. Appreciate those answers. Those are my questions. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the mover for putting this forward. I like the proactiveness of the motion on the table here. I'm curious about how do you envision, I suppose, the engagement with the public and some of the advisory committee that we had discussed earlier today. Do you see that as separate, or do you see as just part of the existing strategy development?
Councillor, I think we would try to do the engagement together with the strategy development. Having said that, looking at this timeline, we would propose initially we're planning to come back, as I mentioned earlier in the conversation, that we would be looking at the second part of Q2 to bring back a report in terms of an update on the process. So if we want to inform any of this with engagement, I think the timeline on this report would probably be better suited to early June to give us some time to do that engagement and have it coincide with the work in the strategy.
Can I ask how the mover might feel about that timeline?
I'm processing it. My first reaction is no. I think these two should probably be better. I think they need to be addressed in the portion of work that's coming back sooner, and then it'd be better to have, in some cases, I think some ongoing engagement with this. Like, I think the feedback thus far that I've received, even just in the first 100 days, has been is reflected in these two motions. So I'm not sure that sufficient engagement would be necessary here, given the loud animated outcry.
Okay. No, thanks for that feedback. I guess question for administration. I am aware that, sidewalk is certainly one of the issues when I participated in the Accessibility Advisory Committee, in their strategy development and work planning. I'm not sure if it is for some of the other, and recognizing these are, volunteer committees. So I'm just thinking about my question, I guess, would be, without the potential for engagement fatigue, any thoughts around just making sure that number one, that we are some of these key stakeholder groups have the capacity to be engaged in this way, and then I guess in addition to that, how my sort of ongoing, I guess, like staggered continuous conversation with the public help to inform and accommodate kind of this timeline of April, and then later in the second, towards the end of the second quarter, the other part of the strategy development.
So in terms of engagement, perhaps I'll ask Ms. Owen, if she's on the call, to just speak to what some engagement process could look like in terms of managing both the expectations as well as engagement fatigue. Sorry,
If she's not on the call.
I don't believe she's on the call, Councillor. We can take that away, but certainly, you know, we would be cognizant of, you know, there are different levels of capacity depending on which stakeholder group we're working with. So we would be cognizant of that, but we would certainly take the guidance from Ms. Owen and her team in terms of what's the best approach to minimize that burden on stakeholders.
Yeah, and I think for this one, because it can be, I think it needs to be so user-centered. I think that role is just, you know, the feedback from the public and our key partners, community partners, that is really critical. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So taking a look at this, I'm just wondering how much of this you're already doing, and if this augments what you're doing, it's the same as what you're doing, or if it's going to cause any planning problems for the reports that are coming back.
Councillor, in terms of the work we're doing, I'll ask Mr. Sosa to just provide a little bit of detail, but certainly, you know, a lot of this is part of what we had foreseen. Again, just in terms of the timelines, we were picturing coming back a little bit later with the first update, and then the strategy would be completed in 2023. But we want to be sure that we have enough information to inform any budget requirements as part of the 23 to 26 budget. So,
okay.
Eduardo, if you had anything.
Good enough, I think. My next question then would be about the budget. I mean, realistically, all of the things that we're asking, it's not that you don't want to do all the things that you hear Edmontonians saying they would like to see. It's just this is a budget conversation, yeah?
Part of it, yes. I think part of it is we would change some of the areas where we would do it, but certainly the amount that we do and the speed that we do the work is probably the biggest factor in terms of what resources are required.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of a few patches in my neighborhood that I get constant complaints about, frankly, because it's asphalt patches on the concrete, and aesthetically it's just not pleasing for the community, and because it's two different materials, there actually tends to be some bumpiness, even if when it was put in, it was nice and smooth. And so that's kind of an issue. So if you're exploring this motion, are you exploring things like that, like we're going back to where, you know, patches were made that actually aren't functioning effectively for accessibility?
Perhaps I'll ask Eduardo just to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Gord. That's a really good question, Councillor Paquette. So basically, we have operational guidelines around patching, where we only put them if we're going to be removing them within a specific time frame. Now, we started with that guideline back in 2019, actually. So we are not removing them retroactively, but we are not installing more patches if we are not going to be removing them on a timely manner. And in terms of the motion, I just want to explain how I see these two parts working with the work that we have coming forward. So the first part is actually giving us a really good framework on how to work on the corridor improvement that I was mentioning at the beginning. So one of the output of this work is to truly relook at how are we doing the repairs. So we want to get away from localized improvements, because really, even if we fix a panel, there could be issues in the corridor that are not being addressed. So I think that analysis will give us a head start into what could be the output of the work that needs to be delivered around the strategy. Around the second piece, we are doing the data analysis, and basically we are overlaying all these very cool data sets around, you know, social vulnerability and asset condition and all of that, you know, hub location, also trip generation. By April, we could have a draft idea on what are going to be the principles that are going to be dictating what are the priority sidewalks for the city of Edmonton. So I think with this timeline, we can bring some preliminary information that could actually tie really well into the final product of the report.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that answers the bulk of my questions. All right, that makes a lot of sense. This is something we've been talking about for years, years upon years. And, just quickly speaking to this in my last couple of seconds, so I have to ring in again. It's been a frustration for a long time. And this 4-year budget is the opportunity to change that conversation. So if this motion helps inform that 4-year budget in a way where our different modes of transportation are more effectively budgeted for and operationalized, I'm super excited about that. So thank you for this motion, and I hope that council approves it. I'm looking forward to ratifying it, or committee approves it. I'm looking forward to ratifying it in council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright.
Hi, so I'm just wondering, with the motion, I believe the department would have the expertise in place to provide the materials investigation. So I don't know sort of what engagement would be needed there. As far as the prioritization, I know we would like to engage our accessibility advisory committee, and as Councillor Tang mentioned, there might be a little fatigue there. Would the mover postpone the due date on this to coincide with the other information that we're getting back?
I think it's important. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to remember the two parts here, and building off what administration just shared. They'll be bringing forward sort of a proposal and process as part of that April report. Like, there still will be more checkpoints here too that we'll be able to get engagement on. I think in addition to the committees, I mean, we can send these out to our community leagues. We can send these out to the folks who have written us. We can send these out on social media. I have I think because most of my ward is mature neighborhoods, I think I have a bulk of these problems. So I certainly tried to in advance of as soon as I got Councillor Knack's report, I sent it out to a number of constituents who have been frequent flyers on this. And so yeah, I'm hoping that we can take on some of that engagement and to bring forward a better process. And I think, as Councillor Paquette said, all of this is about setting up for the next budget, because the engagement won't matter if we continue to have the same amount of peanut butter to spread on an ever growing bigger piece of toast.
Okay, then thank you. Then to administration, is the April due date reasonable, or would a sort of a more robust report be available in June?
So, Councillor, our plan was to come back in June with more of an update on the strategy development itself. I think we would still do that, but this, again, would inform some of the principles, as Mr. Sosa alluded to, some of the principles of what we will be basing a lot of those parameters on. And we wouldn't necessarily complete all the engagement, but I think if we're able to bring back the principles around why we might do inspection on a certain frequency at certain locations, I think that would be an opportunity to have council's input on it, and then we would finalize that and report back in June.
Okay, I just didn't want to overstress the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. I have a few questions for the mover. First question, can you just elaborate on the climate change perspective? Is that more with the materials, or is that also including, is your intent to also include sort of that freeze thaw and the effects it's having on degrading of the infrastructure, the sidewalk infrastructure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, all of the above. And there may be others that I'm not even considering, but just acknowledging that every decision is a climate decision, and it's not just about how concrete fits into our carbon budgeting, but the mitigating climate effects as well too.
Perfect. And my other question was around, you're asking for this to be separate from neighborhood renewal. Do we know currently what the life cycle of a standard cement sidewalk is? Because I think that's where you're getting to, right? That the neighborhood renewal is it only started recently, but it's going systematically through all neighborhoods. So in theory, by the time we start to circle back to neighborhoods that have already had renewal, we're talking 30 to 40 years. right? But the life cycle of a sidewalk is likely less than that road infrastructure. Is that what you're getting at?
I'll defer to administration first, and then I'll respond there.
So, Councillor, I'll ask Mr. Lehman to just outline a little bit about our life cycle model for neighborhood renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Sebrick. Councillor Rutherford, to specifically answer your question on sidewalks, between 60 and 75 years is the life cycle we use. It is quite some time. Of course, it can deviate from that, whereas with roads, with proper rehab, so mid-cycle work such as grinding and paving and things like that, we could get 50 years before we need a recon for a local and collector road. Again, depending on the local circumstances. So then what we try to do is as best we can try to integrate those timelines together to hit a recon. So typically when we have where we're trying to figure out when we want to do a recon in a neighborhood, we are combining a number of factors. The life cycle of the sidewalk, the curb, another form of concrete. Sometimes they're the same thing, as you know, with the monolithic sidewalks. So we're trying to put all that together to hit the proper combination of so ideally we're doing a recon when it all needs a replacement, and so one way we do that is the timing of the rehabilitation component of the work. So those pavement overlays, the microsurfacing, we try to time that so we can land the asphalt recon at the same time that the sidewalks need it.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, so I guess the question then to you, Councillor Jans, is because I know that we have this separate alley renewal and we have neighborhood renewal. And if we're going down this path of then a separate sidewalk maintenance renewal program, is that going to get convoluted?
I would defer to administration, but I think in conversation with Councillor Knack when he moved this and we were talking about next steps, I think part of it is the goal here is to be able to two parts, to be more responsive to areas of high need, to also be able to, for whatever reason in the city plan, as we are, we want to invest where we want to grow, right? So there's going to be some areas where it may be necessary to do a full block, but we may not be doing the entire neighborhood, or there may be reasons why we want to have more flexibility here. And this is where the sidewalk, having a standalone sidewalk process could be helpful. And I liked what Mr. Sosa said about being able to look at specific corridors and pathways and seeing how it sequences together, not just repairing a few meters here and a few meters there, but understanding, okay, well, actually we now have a bus with the new bus network redesign, we have a rapid stop here, but we need to make sure that getting to that stop is feasible, right? So this I would see this as giving us a little more flexibility. Like, neighborhood renewal is very, very impressive, but also very expensive and very time consuming, and being able to be a little more responsive and nimble through the alley process has been very beneficial. I would see this complementary from the sidewalk perspective as well.
And this would be, because the neighborhood renewal charges 50% of the frontage of sidewalk to the property owner. So we're wanting this to not have that cost incurring. And that's another reason that it's separated out.
I think that's about contemplating the options, and I imagine administration would, if there's cost implications, I imagine that'll come back in the report.
Perfect. I think it's great. Thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I see no more questions of the mover or of administration. I don't see any hand waving in any of our communication forms. Councillor Knack, welcome aboard. Councillor Knack.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just there to speak to it. Sorry, I didn't have any questions. I was jumping the gun.
Fair enough. Well, go ahead then, Councillor Knack, speaking to it.
Sure, thank you, and I'll be quick. I just wanted to thank Councillor Jans for this motion and great discussion. Thank you all for your questions. The whole idea here is, and I think this motion gets us there, is recognizing that heightened priority. I gave that example in the morning of how, there is actually two sidewalks in front of two separate seniors residences that have gone almost a full year and without filling of a crack. And this has been an issue for me because, and I think for many of you, if chatting with constituents, but folks that are using any type of mobility aid, that type of, even a smaller crack that for you and I we might not think about it, can result in fairly life-changing incidents. I mean, I remember still to this day, the story that always stuck out with me is a conversation with a resident in Lewis Estates where, because the sidewalk was slightly off level, it wasn't even cracked, but it was just slightly higher from one piece to the other, a senior who had a little less mobility and was unable to raise her feet up quite as high, she tripped and fell on her daily walk around the park with her husband, and she broke both her wrists, developed a concussion and memory loss. And, they were living on their own for 80 plus years. And that fall changed her trajectory. It changed her needs, and now no longer could be on her own in the same way. And so when we think about the importance of this, that's what's always stuck in my mind. So I really appreciate the report from administration and the need to do quite a bit more. And I want to give the greatest respect to administration, because the report shows our inventory has grown 16% and we haven't changed budgets. So I think this, like many of our topics that we're going to be discussing over the next year, will continue to come back to, are we willing to invest in these things that I think are critical priorities for people? And so excited to see this work come back, and then subsequently making sure we do the proper investments so city staff can do the work that I think Edmontonians expect of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? I don't see anybody clicked on. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Then let's vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Sorry, I prematurely recycled my agenda. So this moves us to notices of motions and motions without customary notice. So I believe Councillor Jans has several notices of motion to make. We'll make them one at a time if we could, Councillor Jans. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move, and I believe that I can confirm I have sent a copy of these to the clerk, but as a notice of motion, number 1, that administration explore measures needed to be taken on A, establishing licenses for landlords, e.g. short-term and long-term rental providers such as Airbnb, and B, increasing property tenants' access to such information, include an analysis of the cost implications, the pros and cons of implementing each option, and outline potential approaches to funding the program to Community and Public Services Committee by April 2022. That's the first motion.
Thank you. Notice is received then.
The second motion is, could administration provide a report to committee with options to significantly increase the enforcement, fines, and penalties for personal vehicles creating excessive noise, including the feasibility of vehicle prohibitions such as a ban on noisy vehicles, including motorcycles, in certain areas?
Okay, thank you. Notice is received.
The third one is that administration provide to committee on what would be required to pursue a Section 56(1) exemption to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and include information as to how the City of Toronto has initiated this process.
Thank you.
And finally, the last one, that administration provide a report outlining what would be required for opportunities to mirror the municipal broadband program initiated by the City of Toronto.
Great, thank you. Notice is received. And just to confirm, your intent is to make these motions at City Council 1 week from today, correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Very good. Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.